turn my mic up. It looks like it's quiet. Yep, it got moved again. Alright, that should be better now. Damn, man. My ass is tired. I didn't fall asleep last night, so... Well, I guess not last night, but this morning. So I didn't get my 2 hours of sleep, so...
Gaming.
Yeah, I'll stream the Game Awards. Unfortunately, yeah, I'll stream them. I'll probably make a video on them too afterwards. Depending on how bad it is. But, yeah, I have zero fucking expectations, man. It's probably going to be a shit show. Like usual. Putting the gay in gaming? Always, bro. I played a little bit of this, and it's actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty good. I have to get used to the dodge, but... It's not like Vermintide, where you just strafe. You actually have to, like, dodge. Which isn't bad, but it's just different. Mute that. Dude, I don't think any of FromSoft's games are gonna go to PC that are not already on there. Especially at launch. Sony's gonna put all that shit exclusive on day one to PlayStation, and then eventually the PC port might come, but I imagine some of the games will remain exclusive. Like, there's not really a reason to put them on there, because, you know, Demon's Souls would have already gone on there if it was actually a priority. Days Gone is getting a remaster. Yeah. Such an unnecessary remaster. Such an unnecessary remaster. I mean, all of PlayStation's current remasters have been unnecessary. It's like, bro, most of these games aren't even a decade old yet. Not to mention they're from the PS4 era, which literally looks the exact same as our current generation. But... yeah, I don't know. I don't get it personally. Transgar? I don't think Transgar is nominated for anything, right? Maybe Best RPG or something like that. But that'll probably be Metaphor that wins that. That would be my guess. Metaphor will win Best RPG. I don't think it'll win Game of the Year. Final Fantasy will probably win Best, I guess, Voice Acting. And then also Best Soundtrack for sure. Probably Best Action Game will be Turd Tree is my guess. I don't know. I have to look at the categories again. But I'm still like... I'm at the point now where I think it's either Rebirth or Astrobot that will be Game of the Year. I think either one of those has the highest chance. It's kind of like a 50-50 split on which way the critics go, but I think one of those two will be Game of the Year, is my guess. If I had to put money on it. The fuck? Oh, look up in the sky and call for a portal. Oh, okay. That's kind of nice. So you can go back. Oh, that's cool. I guess if you want to upgrade. There's like an upgrade system in this game. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but... yeah, DLC needs to be its own category. Like, this shit of trying to pass off Turd Tree as its own game is a fucking joke. You literally can't even play the DLC as a standalone experience. It's not like you boot up like fucking Elden Ring and then there's a Shadow of the Erd Tree menu option that takes you to a completely separate, isolated mode where you play through the DLC. Like, you literally have to complete like 20 to 30 plus hours of the main game in order to even access the DLC. So, it's not like Cyberjunk where you can literally launch right into the DLC if you want to. Like, that's not a game. It's a fucking piece of DLC, bro. Like, it's Game of the Year, not fucking Expansion of the Year. It just defeats the entire fucking purpose of the award. I'm starting to get the hang of the dash. That's my biggest struggle. I'm keep trying to play this like Vermintide where you just strafe. And you basically will never get hit, but in this you do get hit. Nah, I don't think it's gonna win. I think he just did it to dick suck, you know, Miyazaki, and then at the same time, you know, it drums up controversy, so people will watch it to see if Erd Tree wins or not. That's why. I think it's more of a publicity stunt, honestly speaking, because there's no way there's, like, multiple 90-plus Metacritic games, like actual fucking video games, that released this year, that they give it to a fucking DLC instead. I just don't see it. Like, Astrobot, Metaphor, and Final Fantasy are actual fucking games, all of which have above a 90 on Metacritic, which is insanely hard to do with, you know, hundreds of reviewers nowadays. And you're gonna give that shit to a DLC that you literally can't even play without completing, you know, a good fucking portion of the main game. That's just wrong, bro. I don't like that. I mean, I already don't like the Game Awards, but it gives you even more reasons not to like it. I wonder what's in here. Yeah, it looks like a boss. No? Oh, there we go. Alright. That wasn't too bad. I guess this way. Excited for Kojima? Oh yeah, dude. Have you seen all the fucking cope or whatever about people saying that Half-Life 2 or Half-Life 3 is gonna be there? It's like, really, people? Why? Like, I don't understand why people set themselves up for disappointment. Like, it's not gonna fucking be there. I don't understand this, like, hopelessly hyping yourself up for something. It's obviously not gonna happen. You're supposed to, yeah, I was about to say.
Nice car. Perfect.
Light reaches for you, lightning. Follow it.
Alright, why can't I use that one? Huh. See if I can go over here. Definitely looks like you're supposed to be able to go up there. Oh no, man. Can't really activate it from here. Oh well. I'll just ignore it for now, I guess. Go over here. Did I see synthetic? No, I haven't watched it. I have not watched it. But I saw it was like, I'm tired of like slop games, and then it had like Indiana Jones as a cuck or some shit. So yeah. I saw the thumbnail in my feed. I didn't watch it though yet. What's this thing? It's got like a light sticking out of it. I wonder if I can't interact with it yet. Oh. Because, like, see, you're supposed to be able to use those to, like, teleport like that. And then I think this is how you level up, is through this thing. So, like, level 3, level 4. But I'm not really sure what levels do, to be honest. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck I'm even doing in this, but... I mean, the combat's fun so far, so... I guess that's a good sign. Ah, this is where you do upgrades. What's this? Hall of Reflection. Okay. It's like a fusion thing. Okay. This game has reverse fall damage, which I like. Basically, you don't take fall damage, but if you jump from a great height, it causes lightning to strike the ground, and you like damage all the enemies around you, which is kind of neat. It's a nice twist on it, I guess. Dude, Avowed wishes it looked this good. Avowed looks like shit by comparison. This 1 gigabyte indie game has better combat than Avowed. Dual iron swords. Let's see. Oh, I have rangs. I'll lose this upon death unless it's purified. I don't know how you purify it. Or cleanse the corruption. Yeah, it's made by one guy. And given that fact, it's pretty solid thus far. Yeah, it is similar to Vermintide, only it's a little more in-depth, I would say, combat-wise. The combat is not as simplistic as Vermintide, which honestly I don't think is bad. An owl statue. Hell yeah, dude, I can pray to Moloch now. Yeah, Darktide, I tried it once. It ran like shit, so I just stopped. But, yeah. I thought I saw a prompt, but I guess not. Is there like a map? No. That would be helpful. Well, it has actual gameplay, unlike most AAA games. That's the biggest thing it has going for it. It actually is, you know, playable. This is gonna make me fight the boss again. Oh, maybe I need to go this way. Since I hit a dead end last time. If it was just the portal prompt, then yeah, I don't know about that. You can look up and, like, go back to the hub area at any time. So that's all that was, then. No, you get magic powers and stuff. Like, now I have lightning on my sword. I just haven't unlocked anything yet. Oh, is this a boss? No. Just a mini boss. Okay. What's that up there? Shit. I don't know if I can get up there or not. Maybe if I do it this way. Oh, so these are checkpoints. Shit, I should have activated the other one then. Fuck. Okay. Good to know. I thought that would take you home like that would. Let's see. So Taib the 5, rank the Indiana Jones movies worst to best. Also, what's your thought? Marvel Rivals, you know you hate cape shit, but it's fine. It's just I don't really have any sort of interest in another, you know, Overwatch clone / hero shooter personally, but I mean it was okay. For what it was, I don't think it was bad. But I don't know if it'd be something I would play regularly, but as far as Indiana Jones movies go, my order is 3, 1, 4, 2, and then I haven't seen the Disney one, so I don't know about that one. But yeah, 3142 is like my order for the Indiana Jones movies. Which apparently I've never even watched, though. According to some, you know, pseudo-intellectuals who, you know, claim I lie. Apparently, I've never seen the Indiana Jones movies, which is funny. Considering the fact that I literally grew up on watching those movies, Star Wars, and playing the literal fucking Lego Indiana Jones movies. Or, like, movie games, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. And then also the Lego Star Wars game, so. Oh, yeah, you do have this game. I'm guessing once you activate the checkpoint, maybe. Alright, well, that was easy. I just aggroed her. Alright, it doesn't look like there's a node that activated. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it won't let me activate that.
Your path is clear. Go while the light holds steady.
Maybe this one? I don't know why there's like that light shining right there if I'm not supposed to do that. Like, I'm obviously supposed to do something with this thing. Oh shit, it's just a return portal, never mind. That's right, I forgot about that. Alright. So that means I need to go out this way. Let's see, so Mike TGC with the 20. Past 2 weeks at work have been crazy. A dealer stole a $300 piece from another dealer last Monday, so they're kicked out. Then this Monday, around 12 at night, someone broke in and smashed a case and stole a bunch of... Damn, bro. 'Tis the season, right? Where people get financially desperate and do crazy shit.
Return, lightning. Your strength is needed where it matters.
What the fuck? I guess I veered off the path too much. I guess that's a nice feature. I don't know. I'm guessing this is like an exploration game where you just kind of have to like find your way through and like slowly, you know, work through and get checkpoints, all that type of shit. I have no idea. I didn't really do much research on this. I watched like a minute-long trailer and was like, oh yeah, that's... No enemies? That's kind of sus. The other one was like loaded with enemies. Guess we'll see what's this way. Oh. I haven't even found like one of those checkpoint markers in a while, so I don't even know if I'm going in the right direction or not. I'm kind of lost at this point. Alright, I guess that kind of looks promising. Maybe. Ah, damn, almost died. There's nothing down here. Gay? Oh, wait, there we go. I was about to say, man. It's pretty homo. It's not even a chest. Alright, so this is, I've literally done a massive loop. So obviously I'm missing something on how to get to those areas, so I guess we'll just go back for now. Why can't I go back? Maybe because it's raining?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
PC Sisters got those indie exclusives, yeah. Well, you get the benefit of like early access shit. So. Yeah, I should be able to return. I don't know why I can't.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I guess it's glitched out. Okay, so you have to, yeah, you have to use this mode. Need to regen my health. Well, that was a new enemy type. Okay, so I guess that's the new area I just unlocked. Let's see, so the rat kicker with the 29 months. What's up, gamers? I'm going to Hawaii for Christmas. Nice, man. That'll be cool. I've never been to Hawaii, but I've heard it's nice. Hope you have a good time, man. Gioni with the 18 months. Appreciate it, dude. And then also with the 5. Getting tired of these big corporate entities buying up devs. Yeah, well, in the case of FromSoft, I think it's better that Sony's getting it because otherwise it'd be Tencent. So Tencent is definitely not the optimal person to have from software for sure. I think that is a net negative easily. Microsoft isn't going to be allowed to buy any more Japanese companies. The Japanese government probably won't allow it because of what they did with Tango. They shut down, like, you don't fire people in Japan. Like, it's very frowned upon. That's like one of the worst things you can do. Yeah, so this is a brand new area. Yeah, in Japan, you're expected to take a cut in your pay as leadership before you fire people. Like, firing people in Japan is seen as, like, a massive red flag for the company. Yeah, the PlayStation wrap-up's still down. It's kind of crazy. That shit broken, though. So many people tried to get on it at once, I guess. And it just completely busted the site. I guess she becomes a normal one now. Oh shit. Shit. Yeah, that's why Iwata took the pay cut. You're just kind of expected to do that in Japan because you as the leadership reflect the poor performance of the company, so you should be held accountable. Which I agree with to a pretty high degree, like, obviously. If it's a management issue, then they definitely should be the ones who have to, you know, suffer as a result. It shouldn't be the people who are just doing as they're told. So, aka Philip Spencer. Oh, we're gonna close down the Wi-Fi slush developer because, you know, it didn't sell well enough. Meanwhile, we told everyone you don't need to buy our games. And it's like,
bruh.
Well, which one is it, man? Apparently in Canada land, they're having a post office strike. I just had somebody on eBay message me and say, yeah, we have a post office strike in Canada, so you can't ship anything out right now. Trouble in paradise, I guess. Yeah, I saw Trump triggered a bunch of Canadian leftists by referring to Trudeau as the governor of Canada. Like, I saw them seething on fucking Twitter about it. They are really bothered by that. And then Justin Trudeau was on TV today complaining about how the U.S. is misogynistic because we didn't elect 2 female presidents now. It's like, oh, buddy. You don't know how this shit works. Yeah, I really have no idea where I'm going now. Just following the bridges. Hopefully that turns out to be a good strat. Alright, well that's a checkpoint over there. You definitely can't get up over there. Although, let's see. Oh, you can. Vietnam. Hell yeah, dude. There we go. Got them. So I'm not really sure how I'm gonna get up there. But I guess. Shit. Not like. Just kind of traversal jank my way up. Oh shit. No, fuck. When you jump, the controls are really sensitive. It makes this a lot harder. Fuck. I don't know how you get up there. Maybe you get on this rock. No? Maybe. Alright, there we go. I'm not really sure what that does, but I got it, so. By the way, the bots started today, like last year, a campaign. Don't watch the Game Awards. Didn't work well last, since it broke records in viewership. Oh, because Microsoft doesn't have any games nominated again, other than fucking Hell Slot 2. Oh no, dude. Maybe they should actually try releasing something that's worth a damn. Oh damn, I had wait, I still do. 1776 upgrade points. Nice. I just noticed that. That's pretty based, dude. This is a pretty decent little game so far, though. Oh, I did not see that. Oh, I guess they turn invisible. That's why. That would be why I didn't see him. They turn invisible. Okay. I'm not going blind. Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath for Half-Life 3, man. That sounds like some top-tier hopium. That sounds like one of those rumors that Jeff Keighley puts out every year about, like, some insane level announcement that's never gonna actually happen, but he does it to drum up hype. So be careful about that, too. Jeff Keighley, you know, throws out fake rumors to try and build up hype for his little award show. So just make sure you're not getting your hopes up too high. It's like Camel Toe saying that Beyonce would perform at her rally twice. You know, first at the DNC, then at the Houston rally, and neither time did she actually perform, so. Thoughts on Denim's TV? Isn't that the titty streamer? I don't know. I don't remember what she looks like, but I'm pretty sure she's the titty streamer, right? I don't know. I don't really watch Twitch, so. I think this game would definitely benefit from having a map, though. Because, like, I do feel kind of lost at the moment. Wait, I wonder... Nope, I still don't have... No world... section, so... Almost have enough points to upgrade my weapon again, which would be nice. Damn, I almost got my cheeks clapped. There we go. She's an airhead? Hell yeah, dude. Young, dumb, and full of cum. 3 things I love about a woman. That's by far the most based DSP quote ever. Yeah, slam pigs are fat chicks that you just fuck to fuck. You don't take any pride in it. There's no, you know, joy either. It's just kind of like, you know, I'm just trying to fuck something. Yeah, I played Just Cause 2, 3, and 4. I really liked 3, I would say the most. But yeah, 2 was good. Especially for what it was back in the day on the 360 as well. The biggest problem I had with Just Cause was all the escort missions. Bro, I died? Come on, bruh. She fucking took 2 of my hits. I lost all my shekels, too. No. So I wonder how you go back to where you were. Like those sky nodes, does it just activate so you know where to go?
The portal is closed until I deem otherwise. You have work left to do. Do not rush this, Lightning. Your time here is not yet over.
So, yeah, I guess I have to go the long way again. The healthcare assassin. I'm not really a fan of anybody who's an assassin person. I don't really care much about him. He's going to prison, and I'm gonna laugh. Ah. So you can fast travel with them. So I think it was this way. Dumb slut.
Your path is clear. Go while the light holds steady.
Oh, is that where I died? I can't see anything! Alright, that's bad. I couldn't fucking see. Mamma Mia, that's right. So I'm guessing I have to go over there. Well, that doesn't look sus at all. What's up here? This is definitely a boss, right? Maybe not. I guess up the castle. The FOV is on 120. Holy shit. I think that's a return gate down there. Oh shit, I'm gonna get fucked up. Can I go back? Maybe I should go through that return gate. shit, I hit the wrong button. Fuck. Yeah, I feel I should go probably preserve my upgrade points. I feel like that probably should be my priority. Dragon Age Fail Guard's already 35% off. Yeah, I saw it was like $30 over Black Friday, which is an awful sign typically. Damn, I can't even unleash my power, dude. Dude, there's no way they're revealing the Switch tomorrow at the Game Awards. They'll do that shit at their own thing. The Game Awards, like, Microsoft is the only one that's ever revealed a console there. And we saw how that turned out with the Series X, so... Nintendo will have their own event. Because they're more concerned with the Japanese market. Well, they're going to have an OLED model and an LCD model for the Switch 2, is my understanding. But yeah, this game's pretty decent, honestly. Just want to try it out for a little while. I might use this for footage in the future. This is a pretty cool little game. Yeah, it's definitely worth the 18 bucks. Like, I'm actually pretty impressed. Here, I'll link it. Once I get out here. Store page. But yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. Pretty solid, dude. But yeah, you get a bunch of cool abilities and stuff like that from what I've seen. It's just, you gotta unlock it, which I'm guessing is kind of a slow process. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like everybody that played it liked it, so. Nah, it's only on PC right now, I believe. I think it's only on Steam. Wait, Dragon Age Failguard was only $59 on Steam original? That's interesting. Oy vey. Look at all these shills, dude. How is 71% mostly positive? 71% should be like fucking mixed. That's like barely passing. A 7 or what? Yeah, a 70 is like a D. A 69 is an F. So I'd say you're well within mixed. It's got more people than Indiana Jones, I bet. Let's see. No, Indiana Jones isn't even on the banner anymore. Top sellers, let's see. Oh, no, just barely a little bit more. But, you know, Failguard is also older, so... Yeah, everybody bought the game. They're just not playing it, obviously. Everybody went out and bought the game. They just decided, you know what? We're not going to play it. Saving it for a rainy day? Exactly, man. When you're already depressed and you like really just can't hate your life anymore, you're like, all right, let me do that shit. A 70 is not a D. Yes, it is. When I was in school, it was like a 69 was an F. I think like 70 through 77 maybe was a D. And then, you know, C was above that. B was like 82 to, I think, 90. I don't remember. I don't remember what the range of the grades was, but... Grade scale... Yeah, it looks like they lowered the grade scale to, you know, include diversity metrics. But yeah, it used to be an F was a 69. I remember that. So it looks like they lowered it for the retards. Yeah, that's interesting, man. When I was like in high school and middle school, a 69 was an F. So I remember that because like I had to fucking... I literally had to, like, you know, actually try for some of my classes to get an A because, like, there was such a small margin. Apparently where I go, a 90 is an A. Yeah, 90 was an A minus where I went to school for college. But the college grading scale is different because the, like, course material is so much more difficult. So it's graded differently, but I don't know. Tim Marco with the 279. Why do people so relentlessly shill for mediocrity? Because it gives them a semblance of meaning in their sad, pathetic lives. My college didn't have A pluses, I don't think. I don't think they did. I think it was just A and then A minus, and then they had B plus and then B minus, but no A plus. It was just an A. So, that was pretty easy. You can't tell people they suck because that gives them no room to improve as a person. What do you mean? Why would that matter? If I say, bro, you fucking suck at math or whatever, they can still improve. If I say you suck at sucking dick, you know, they can get some practice and then get better over time. I don't know. Why would that matter? I suck at being a virgin incel loser. Alright, I'll have even less of a life. Bro, I'm like so tired right now. This shit ain't fucking funny. The only thing I want is to sleep. Forget the poon, bro. So yeah, I'm happy being an incel virgin loser, bro. I just want to sleep nowadays. Then sleep? Nah.
I can't afford this shit!
I can't do it, bro. I couldn't fall asleep earlier today. When I stopped streaming, I couldn't fall asleep. And then this afternoon, I like laid down for a little while to see if I could maybe like take a quick nap before I went to the gym and then walked my dog. No luck. So I've been awake for about 24 hours now. And then prior to that, I only had like 2 hours of sleep, so.
Gaming.
There's money to be made, exactly, so.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
Take a power. I tried earlier. I can't do it. That's the thing is like when I try to sleep, I can't. It fucking sucks. Whenever I try to sleep, I can't fall asleep. But whenever I don't need to sleep, or I shouldn't be sleeping, is when I get tired. Shit's homo, dude. Sleep is for the weak, make it 48 hours. I've done 66 hours before. That's the longest I've stayed up. 66 hours straight. It was in the middle of finals week, and I was about to go on a cruise for like a week and a half. So I like had to make a bunch of YouTube videos to have uploaded while I was gone. So, yeah. It was in the middle of my finals, and then also I had to make like YouTube videos to have to upload while I was out of town with no internet. Hell yeah, dude. Peak is back. Hell yeah. The ideal woman. 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 Oh, there she is again. No, it's not AI. It's just like this swimsuit retailer that has like models with, you know, different swimsuits on that they're trying on. It's like a retailer, swimoutlet.com. Yeah, this is the peak female form, bro. Easily. Like, bruh. That is the peak female form. Now you have a bunch of... Well, dude, I already had the Gooner content recommended regardless. YouTube always recommends Gooner content because they know that's what people want to see. So... They know that's what people want to see, bro, so... Oh god, what is this? PS5 game... Sony Bend making SOCOM. I doubt that. I don't think they're gonna make SOCOM. Game Awards leaks.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the Game Awards because they officially happen tomorrow night. I'm excited for it. I plan on live streaming it here on the channel, but there's also been a tiny bit of leaks and speculation about the Game Awards because, let's face it, most of the people that tune in are not there for the accolades and the big speeches, which is what I personally enjoy. Instead, a lot of people actually watch it for the reveals, the trailers, the big crazy release dates and stuff like that that gets us excited, not just about current games, but the future of games. But let's talk about the leaks because a specific statement by the biggest leaker in the industry, Jason Schreier, has people kind of talking. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So let's begin with the quote. So Jason Schreier is a guy that's literally written books about leaks, talked about industry insider news and stuff like that, and randomly he just let this slip. He was on the Kind of Funny podcast, and he said, there's at least two things that will make you guys react like, holy heck, I can't believe this thing is here. He also said that these games may be a long way off. What do you think the two games could be? Now, the initial reaction, a lot of people are kind of throwing out some crazy stuff. People throwing out things like, obviously, Hollow Knight Silksong. I've seen a lot of people talk about Half-Life 3, and it does feel kind of weird that Half-Life 3 for decades now has felt like an impossible project, one of those things that would just never ever happen in a million years. But now that Valve is actually making games again like Deadlock, like Half-Life Alyx, I actually do think it is a possibility that we even just see the Valve logo and a crowbar. But I'm going to go back here. People are talking about probably
Wishful
Resident
thinking,
Evil
man.
9. Now, this to me is one that would definitely get me hyped. Both of these right here. Another Final Fantasy. Of course, I'm going to be biased about that. Or Resident Evil 9.
Oh my god.
My two favorite
I don't know why people get themselves excited for
franchises
nothing.
are Resident Evil and Final Fantasy.
Go in expecting nothing, be, you know, pleasantly surprised.
Capcom has acknowledged that they're working on Resident Evil 9, so I'm definitely expecting that. But I guess the only reason we wouldn't see Resident Evil 9 is that maybe they wouldn't want a gory, crazy horror trailer at such a mainstream award show, but I still feel like that would be incredibly cool. Now, when it comes to Final Fantasy, there has been talks. We've gotten a lot of detailed leaks that apparently next year we're going to get perhaps 2 separate projects. A Final Fantasy Tactics remaster, which is going to be fantastic. If you've never played FF Tactics, it is incredibly freaking good. But the other talks is a Final Fantasy IX remake. That is apparently the actual name of it. And instead of doing a full trilogy of remakes like the FF7 remake has been doing, instead the idea is to do a singular project that is the same game, but now with voice acting and better graphics. Still turn-based combat, a singular, just one big bulk game. I'm excited about the FF9 remake and FF Tactics remaster because those are both really good games. I do want to see come back, but some people are kicking around crazier stuff. Like, I want to see some sort of trailer for From Software's next game. As far as holy heck, we have to get Bloodborne remastered or maybe a new Onimusha. Now, let's go over to Reddit here. They have already clarified. Jason Schreier has said 2 separate things clarifying the statement that I think kind of narrows down the focus of it. He said, okay, first, the strong reaction is specifically a statement that he was directing towards his co-hosts on the Kinda Funny podcast. So it wasn't like he was saying the internet is going to explode, although I kind of think there is going to be some crazy reveals. He said that it is stuff that people are going to get excited about, but the Kinda Funny crew is going to be like ripping their hair out. And he did specifically say it's not Bloodborne. So not Bloodborne remastered, very likely not Bloodborne 2 or whatever like that. But people are pointing out the fact that the Kinda Funny crew are very, very big PlayStation fans. Originally, they started off as a podcast called Beyond over on IGN and stuff like that. So if they're saying that they're going to be the people that are freaking out, it's probably because it is something very PlayStation related, something like Naughty Dog's new game. I think there's been some leaks about the next Naughty Dog game, very vague, but it sounds like it's going to be some sort of space epic or some sort of sci-fi epic. So
yeah, it's supposedly some spin-off of the what is it, like the comic books and The Last of Us or some shit. So, of course, it's still related to The Last of Us, but apparently it's like some sci-fi game based off the comic series that's in The Last of Us. So, we'll see if that actually materializes or not.
The idea of Naughty Dog, the people that made Uncharted and Last of Us and stuff like that, that sounds like it would be a very, very good time. Wolverine gameplay would also be pretty cool. Or even the Venom game. One of the things that was inside of the Insomniac leak is that apparently they made 2 separate games at once. While they were making Spider-Man 2, they also made an entire Venom game. Now, Tony Todd himself, rest in peace, massive fan of Tony Todd. I'm still genuinely heartbroken, that poor man. God, I love him so much. I'm so sad that he's gone. He talked about the fact that they used like 15% of all of the lines he recorded when he was playing Venom were unused. So even he was basically talking about the fact that he thinks there is a Venom game. In the Insomniac leaks, they talked about a Venom game. So the idea of a full-blown standalone Venom game, especially if it's based on like Lethal Enforcer, the comic book where essentially Venom becomes like an assassin, I would be extremely excited about that. But let me go back here. So I am glad that Jason Schreier clarified it's not Bloodborne. I'm sad it's not Bloodborne, but it's got to be like the Venom game. There is talks, though, that PlayStation...
I thought they said they canceled the Venom game. Maybe not, because they said they canceled the DLC for Spider-Man 2. I mean, I guess... Did they consider, I guess, Malcolm Morales DLC for Spider-Man 1 or not? I don't really know what it would be classified as, but it sounds like they were done with Spider-Man for the time being.
Is working on other stuff. Sony Bend, obviously the people that made Days Gone, there has been talks about a Days Gone remaster. I'm still completely shocked about this. It truly makes no sense to me. There has been some updates on the Steam database that shows something is about to happen with Days Gone. Sony has specifically said there's no plans for a second game. This is just an effort to make money. Sony wants to remaster even more games, except for Bloodborne. Now, what's wild, of course, is the fact that Days Gone already runs at 4K 60 FPS. This feels again like a bit of the Horizon problem, where I love Zero Dawn, but remaking Zero Dawn just feels like a bit of a strange use of cash. But okay, so it is talks that we could be seeing that, or the next Sony bent project, which is apparently going to be a live service third-person military shooter. Mechanics involve customization, ranking systems, and advanced weaponry, hinting at a modern military setting. I almost feel like this feels to be a waste of their talents. I feel like Sony Bend has done so much good stuff. I'm not exactly thrilled about the idea of them doing this. I mean, they have a history of it, though. Obviously, they worked on the Siphon Filter games, which are incredibly good. Especially
What's ironic about this is what's being described right here, and he's not excited for, is what he's excited for in this. Is Sony Bend making SOCOM? Oh my god.
Logan Shadow, but I'm still not exactly thrilled about the idea of them doing this specifically. God, yeah, live service games. Why can't they just make SOCOM? It's been so many years since Days Gone. Peak by
Like a third-person live service game would literally fit SOCOM perfectly. So I don't know why people are like, oh, I don't want live service. And then they ask for SOCOM. It's like, wait, what?
the way, all for them to making a live service shooter, Sleeping Face. Now, I think that PlayStation has big plans coming up. They released a trailer yesterday where they were talking about their 2025, and they listed off a bunch of games. Now, let's be clear about two things specifically. One, these are all already announced games. We already knew this stuff was coming out. We already knew about Mafia. Some of this stuff has already been confirmed specifically for the Game Awards. We know for a fact that Borderlands 4 is going to be at the Game Awards. Mafia: The Old Country is going to be at the Game Awards. And so I think we are going to see a lot of these games at the Game Awards tomorrow. I am still just looping back and thinking about the two big games, the two big titles. I think this Game Awards is going to be a bit different. More hyped, bigger budget, more focus on the games. At least that's my hope, because this is the 10th anniversary of it. They released the viewing metrics of it, and apparently every single year, millions of more people are watching. They're reaching more platforms. It's getting more streams, more activations, more...
Got to get those Chinese bots up. So... that way they can charge for more advertising.
For everything, right? I think that I am hoping Jeff Keighley comes out with some stuff that is truly mind-blowing. Jeff Keighley has undoubtedly crazy connections in the industry. So I'm hoping that he actually talked to Microsoft and Nintendo and talked to Sony and stuff like that and said, hey, can you guys please give us the bangers? I'm very excited to stream the Game Awards tomorrow. I'm going to start about an hour before it begins. We'll play a little bit of a speculation bingo and come up with some ideas of what we hope will be there and stuff like that. But as it currently stands, I think it's going to be a very, very good time. But I want a surprise. I want a surprise that really makes the internet go, oh, wait, that's rad. But tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else,
He wants Jeff to blow his mind. That's right. And his wad, too. But yeah, immediately after that, makes a video soying out over Spec Ops. All right, we'll watch this now.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy
The top 10 games.
here, and today we're talking about the top 10 best games of 2024. The last 12 months has been a bit hit and miss. I mean, we've definitely had a lot of incredibly broken and busted and downright terrible games released this year, but there's also been a lot of really cool stuff. I mean, maybe it's just me, but it does feel like pretty much every month there has been something that did kind of blow my mind. Even if it is a big AAA game or an indie experience, it does feel like I have found myself being incredibly entertained by everything that people are putting out. But for this video, we do have one rule. It's new stuff only, so no ports, no remasters, no DLCs, so no Shadow of the Erdtree, no Fantasia, no Soul Reaver Collection. This is about new stuff released in 2024. Now, next week, we're also going to be talking about the top 10 worst games, so buckle up for that, because of course we got to rant about Concord, but let's dig into the positives. These are my picks of the top 10 best games in 2024. Number 10. Black Myth Wukong. This year has definitely had some very pleasant surprises in it, but one that definitely caught me the most off guard was Wukong, because this game is both incredibly difficult and really just jaw-droppingly beautiful, whether it is the vistas or crazy multi-phase boss fights like a bear god that just throws around fire and becomes smoke, or a weird snake goddess and stuff like that. I like the fact that this game just feels so magically different. The mythology, the cutscenes, the really cool environments we get a chance to kill our way through. Black Myth Wukong can be at times incredibly brutal, even downright savage to try even attempt to get to that next big checkpoint, but it's also so rewarding. Even if you don't typically play a Dark Souls style game or something that does require such careful timing and dodge rolls and stuff, I still feel like this is a game that deserves your attention because it is worth the journey. Number 9. Warhammer Space Marine 2. A lot of games these days feel like they're trying to evoke some sort of feeling, whether it is hope or joy or fear or something like that. But Space Marine 2 is hilarious because it's clearly purely built on the vibe of...
Yeah, this shit should be higher up in the fucking list, man. Way higher.
Hell yeah. We're playing as Titus, a 7-foot-tall murder machine who is dropped with his bros on planets that are completely overrun by alien terminids, which are essentially deadly bugs, or the forces of chaos, which are essentially an army of people that have been completely driven mad by the dark depths of space. And he's just basically told, you can't come back until you personally rip apart everybody. Now, this game can be played co-op or by yourself. It has tons of extra missions after you beat the main campaign, and every single part of this, you cannot help but grin from ear to ear as you do special takedowns or rip the spine out of somebody or just reload your freaking bolt gun to do one more headshot before getting taken down yourself. Space Marine 2 is glorious. It is just so gory and so funny. You gotta give it a chance. Number 8. Helldivers 2. Now you might notice that most of the stuff on this list is very single player. I enjoy gaming, but
bro, this guy really put fucking Helldivers above Space Marine. Not a chance.
I typically play by myself, or if I'm playing with the bros, it's very specific stuff that is multiplayer focused, right? Well, Helldivers 2, this is the only purely multiplayer game on the list. Like, you could technically play by yourself, but the fun of it is just how ridiculous this is. You're essentially death soldiers. Your job is to just go down and try and get information or extract minerals or do survey stuff. But the whole point of a Helldiver is to die. I played over 100 hours of this with my friends. I got the platinum trophy. I did every single challenge. I unlocked every single weapon. And to be honest, I was blown to bits probably 10,000 times playing this game. These are just such hilarious missions. There's something so organically funny about trying to call in an airstrike and accidentally nuking your bros, or trying to rush to the objective and watching your friends get eaten by a bunch of space bugs because you want to evac because you've got all the research materials and stuff. If you haven't played Helldivers 2, this game completely took over the internet for months and months and months. And because it's a games as a service, some of the patches I liked and some of the patches I didn't, but I kept finding myself coming back, booting up, dropping it with my friends, and just saying, okay, how is it going to be this month? Helldivers 2 is going to have another faction with it, and I think it's kind of interesting to think about the fact that this game has already been so fun, and somehow, in the future, it's going to get even more fun. I mean, hell yeah. Number 7, Crow Country. All right, now I feel like
What
nobody
the
else
fuck
on the
is this
internet
dog
is gonna put
shit?
this game onto their Game of the Year list, but I feel like this deserves so much more love.
What in the fuck is this slop?
But Crow Country, this is essentially a completely new PlayStation 1 game, and I just ate it up. So it's basically a completely new retro Resident Evil. It's got this cool top-down art. It's got these really neat little polygons. It's got cool monster design and stuff, but I also just like the heavy puzzle focus of it. Crow Country has us going as this special agent investigating an abandoned theme park. It's got shut down, and so you're exploring it and finding all these different monsters, this mystery, the couple survivors that are stuck here as well, and you gotta crack a very interesting set of clues. I did find myself being so incredibly invested in it. Crow Country is technically about 3 hours long, and that's if you're not even using a walkthrough. You could probably beat this game in like 90 minutes, but even though that sounds short,
Hell yeah,
I found
dude,
myself
top tier.
really engaged in a way I haven't been since I played a lot of those older Resident Evils. It feels like it just plays an interesting tone piece, and it says, do you like this or do you not? It really reminds me a lot of Signalis. So anybody who's played that, it was another really cool indie horror game. Crow Country is the kind of game where if you play it, you get it. You can't just look at it, you gotta play it to get it. So if you're looking for something spooky and retro, I highly recommend it. Number 6, Dragon's Dogma 2. Okay, so this is the most controversial one on the list. I know a lot of people enjoyed this game when it initially came.
Didn't he say that this was his game of the year? Why is this only number 6? Interesting. I'm pretty sure he literally has been on record multiple fucking times saying his favorite game this year is Dragon's Dogma 2. Now all of a sudden it got bumped all the way down to number 6. Very interesting.
Came out, then there was a big wave of hate, and I think a lot of people now still kind of feel very against Dragon's Dogma 2, but for some reason, this really clicked with me. Something about a big open world fantasy where you can pick different classes. You get these little assistant helper people called pawns. I mean, this game, it is just kind of beautiful in a way that I really needed this year. I mean, maybe it's just personally, but getting a chance to play as my mage and dropping down huge bolts of lightning on a cyclops, or blasting fire while fighting a dragon on the top of a tower, or watching destructible environments, seeing two big monsters hit each other and actually smashing parts of the texture and stuff around them. Dragon's Dogma 2 is the kind of game that feels like it was made for Dragon's Dogma fans. But I will say,
you don't say. A sequel was made for fans of the first one? Wow. I would have never guessed.
I like the fact that this game does have a hidden ending, an extra chapter, all this extra stuff that I feel like less observant people never seem to get to. Now,
it's not a hidden ending. You immediately get transported to that area upon completing the main story. It's not hidden.
I'm not going to pretend that Dragon's Dogma 2 is forgiving. It's actually possible to break your save file. There is a contagious disease that will...
No, it's actually not. You just wait long enough and everybody respawns.
wipe out entire cities and really bust stuff up. I think part of what I like about Dragon's Dogma 2 is that it does feel very fantasy unforgiving. It's how hard it would actually be to live in the world of Lord of the Rings and stuff. So while a lot of people definitely have turned against Dragon's Dogma 2, I find myself playing it again now, actually, on my PlayStation 5 Pro, now that the frame rate is improved. And even then, the smoothness of combat, that glory of getting a crazy kill, I really, really, really love what this game tried to do, even if it could have definitely been better. Number 5. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
He put this above Space Marine 2, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? This is what I mean, guys. People don't like video games anymore. Gaming is fucking dead.
There are very few times where a movie-based game is better than the movie itself. I mean, it just seems borderline impossible, right? If you're trying to make a game based on a movie, typically it's because the movie itself is so fantastic, so grandiose, so much of a fan favorite that hopefully they're kind of hoping to entice.
Oh yeah, speaking of Indiana Jones, I watched Kingdom of the Crystal Skull today. And yeah, while it's definitely much more like cheesy, I feel like, and a little more outlandish compared to the other ones, and a lot less grounded in reality, like, you know, the fucking swinging with the monkey shit, and a lot of the other stuff that happens too. But yeah, I mean, I could see like why people don't like it as much, but I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was still good. It was entertaining. And that's the most important thing about an Indiana Jones movie. Temple of Doom is not entertaining. Raiders, Crusader, or not Crusader. Raiders, Crusade, and Crystal Skull, I think, are all entertaining. Temple of Doom is boring as shit. Personally. Yeah, but you got to remember, too, is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is the reason why everyone's favorite Treyarch map exists. Without Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, you would never have your Nuketown map. So, think about it that way. If you're a fan of Nuketown and Black Ops 1, and every Black Ops game subsequently, you should be a fan of Indiana Jones 4, at least on some level. Because that's the only reason you got that shit. And that's the facts. Yeah, I mean, the map is literally a recreation of that scene in the movie. No, I heard Shia LaBeouf is blacklisted because he's a pain in the ass to work with. Like, he's a on-set diva. So, directors and producers don't like working with him, is what I heard. Because he was in Transformers well after Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, if I'm not mistaken. Like, when did Dark of the Moon come out? Yeah, 2011, so he wasn't blacklisted then.
The people that like the film to try the game. But I'm going to say something rather drastic here. I like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle more than any Indiana Jones movie, and I'm completely serious about that. In this, you're playing, of course, as Indiana Jones, but you're going on this big world-spanning adventure, trying to track these different relics and stuff to track down the Great Circle. Now, what's really cool about this...
I have not watched the fifth one. I mean, I guess I could, but I don't really know if I want to.
What's game is that it's not a run and gun shooter. It's not purely just about whipping people and swinging over gaps. Instead, it's a semi-open world hub experience. So you get a chance to solve puzzles, to go in different directions, to help people out, to solve clues and stuff like that, getting out your camera to crack different weird photograph ancient relic puzzle pieces and stuff. I really found myself with Indiana Jones literally leaning forward towards the TV for about 30% of the time, just really kind of admiring every piece of it, every little delicious brick of this crazy plot they're
delicious
building.
bricks.
And also the voice acting, the characters, Gina the journalist.
I sure do love delicious bricks. Yum.
Indiana himself is so well voice acted. Just across the board, I really found myself actually finally understanding how fun of a character Indiana Jones is. Honestly, if they do another game, if this team, these people are called Machine Games, if they do another Indiana Jones that's a follow-up to this, The Greater Circle, I'm going to be there day freaking one. And this comes out on PlayStation 5 relatively soon. I'm going to buy it again on PlayStation 5 and beat it again because honestly, this game is way, way, way better than I ever could have imagined.
Consume all the video games.
Number 4.
Oh,
Silent
God.
Hill 2 Remake.
Hell no.
It is difficult to surpass the original when it comes to a good remake. I mean, even if you do everything perfect, if you match the original
This
tone,
shit
if
sucked,
you really
man.
explore the original concepts, but in a bigger or better way, or even just fix combat in a game that had bad combat, it's still difficult to actually surpass the original game. Silent Hill 2 is better than the original. And I say that because the original is still one of my favorite games of all time, but this one just does every single part of it, but better. Silent Hill 2 seems just like a third-person shooter, the kind of game where you're wandering around shooting.
This shit is miserably fucking padded. It's way too fucking long for what it is.
Monsters and trying not to get cut in half by Pyramid Head, but it's actually a lot more than that. This is a very wonderful and incredibly deep...
Daryl's on with the 2. This is why he has roommates. Exactly, dude. You know, he has to consume the video games over and over and over again. And he'll buy the $100 edition again, too. I guarantee you. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. This is why poor people stay poor a lot of times. And Femtango with the 5, did you see Jay is going back to work?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Really? Jesus Christ, man. They really are gay for each other. You know, a match made in hell.
Exploration of loss, of despair, of your own inner demons. Wandering the fog of Silent Hill is more symbolic than anything else, obviously, right? It's about being lost. It's about being in that miasma of personal pain. But I feel like...
Miasma. My asthma, but whatever.
That is actually conveyed in a much more expert way in Silent Hill 2. I really found myself just kind of stopping and staring at the environment, at the notes being left behind, or the clues at times, just because I've been dealing with a lot of personal loss myself this year. I lost my mom, I lost a very important uncle, and in a weird way, just getting a chance to play through games and reflect on that sadness while watching James deal with his own pain and grief and stuff, it was cathartic in a way that I never could have thought it was going to be. Silent Hill 2 is more than just a good game. It's more than just an important piece of art. It's a landmark game that is better than the original, and I'm still shocked to say that.
This shit was all... Bro, this game sucked. It bored me to fucking tears. I got 10 hours in and I had to wage quit. I could not fucking play that crap anymore. That shit was miserable.
Number 3, Astrobot.
Alright, that I can understand.
Alright, so we can admit the fact that PlayStation did not release a lot of games this year, right?
Well, this is the only game they released this year, right? I think so. Yeah, isn't Astrobot the only, like, first-party game they released this entire year other than remasters?
Definitely seems like they were kind of hyping up stuff like Concord and spent...
Oh, I guess, yeah, Concord came out. I forget that exists. Shit.
chunk of their total budget. But despite the fact that PS5 has kind of just been a third-party machine this year, they did release one crazy ultimate insane banger, Astrobot. Now, when you first see it, you're probably thinking, oh, that's quirky and cute, but it's not groundbreaking. It's not that cool, but it really is. Astrobot completely feels like a perfect PS2 platformer. It's got tight levels, it's got fun time trials, and what's really the best part about it is that it has a lot of optional challenges. In Astrobot, you're playing through cool, colorful levels, construction sites, big snowy levels and stuff like that, but within each of these stages, of which there's over 100 of them, a lot of times there's hidden little bots, little extra guys you can collect to get that 100% platinum trophy. But what's really kind of fun is that the more you play the game, you unlock special challenge levels, more puzzle focus levels, more stuff that's really going to be extra fun and extra challenging. And I love that about it. Astrobot is kind of one of those games where at the start you're like, oh, this is cute, this is fun. But the more you play it, you're like, oh wait, this is actually genius. If you're into platformers, you probably already have this, but really, I hope we get these way more often because this has a chance to become the new Crash Bandicoot, that new serialized franchise that every single year you're excited to pop that disc in and try and figure out the next big batch of awesome levels. Number 2, Metaphor Refantazio.
This would definitely not be number 2 for me at all. This has too many issues.
There's a quote I heard a long time ago that said that a philosopher's job is to ask hard questions, to make you actually think and to contemplate and to really push yourself into uncomfortable positions inside your own mind. And in a weird way, that's why I say that Metaphor, this game is a philosophically challenging game. It really...
No, it is not, bro. This is not a oh my god, yeah. Next thing we're going to hear is Dragon Ball Z is actually one of the greatest pieces of literature of all time.
Really does actually make you reflect on our society, on our ideas, on
No, it does not.
Our own upheld beliefs.
No, it does not. Because the game literally glorifies our ideals. Like, basically, it's, you know, the utopia that's described in the fucking game is literally our modern day society. Like, meritocracy and that type of shit.
So in this game, we're playing as a special person, a guy who's the protagonist and is friends with the prince. The prince has been put into a magic coma, and so now our job is to compete in a royal tournament. Everybody is having a huge popularity contest. Everybody in the kingdom is building teams, doing adventures, exploring the land, killing the biggest monsters, and whoever becomes the most popular person gets to become the next king after the king is killed. But what's cool about it is that there's backstabbing, there's betrayal, there's interesting scenes of helping you bury friends and all sorts of stuff. I mean, Metaphor Refantazio has a crazy soundtrack.
I don't think it's that good, personally. It gets annoying pretty quickly.
Incredibly in-depth story that makes you think about the noble class and money and just our...
The noble class and money. Capitalism bad, dude.
Place in society in general. Metaphor is the kind of game where if you're not completely blown away by it, you're not paying attention. This game is fantastic. It's made by the people that made Persona, and maybe I'll get in trouble for this. I think I like it more than any Persona game. And
yeah, because it's not set in high school. So it's definitely better than Persona.
That's coming from a guy who definitely loves Persona.
No, it's nowhere near as bad as Persona 5's music with that shitty fucking, like, English, whatever the fuck. Oh my, dude, the Persona 5 soundtrack is one of the worst soundtracks ever. With that shitty fucking English singing on loop that you just hear over and over and over and over again until you want to fucking blow your brains out.
Persona. Honorable mention. So this is just in here so I can cheat. It's a top 10. I want to put more than 10. So we're going to just...
Oh my god. The fucking mobile game.
quickly rapid fire a bunch of other games that completely blew my mind. Balatro is a fun indie card game where it's essentially like a poker roguelike. It's the kind of game where you keep...
A poker roguelike. Oh my god. Wow. Mobile slop. Get this shit out of here.
Getting bonuses and multipliers and stuff like that. Anybody who's played Balatro, it is incredibly addictive. It is just so fun. I ended up buying it both for my phone and for my Steam Deck, and I just could not stop playing it. Stellar Blade, incredibly fun. I actually had Stellar Blade on this list until Indiana Jones came out. I love...
Oh my god. You swapped Stellar Blade for Holy... Dude, gaming is dead. Gaming is absolutely fucking dead, bro. You swapped an actual video game with a fucking interactive movie. Dear Lord.
Loved Stellar Blade, but especially the art style of it. I just thought...
Yeah, I like the art style too. Wink.
Monster design, the really decayed world, honestly,
the jiggly ass and tits.
The way that freaking Eve herself looks.
Yeah, there we go.
Stellar Blade is extra awesome. Black Ops 6, I never thought I'd put Black Ops 6 in a video, but man, did I play so much freaking multiplayer with that. Even today, they actually released a bunch of new game modes and stuff where you could play prop hunt and freaking versus multiplayer, killing each other. But let's also say Unicorn Overlord. I still haven't played this. This game is basically a tactical RPG, but with automatic combat. You build your different units and their different placements, front row, back row, their order of casting magic or healing and stuff like that. And then you explore these big hand-drawn maps.
We know what his game of the year is too.
Combat. It sounds like a weird combo, but man, Unicorn Overlord is beautiful. That's by Vanillaware. They've done a bunch of stuff that's incredibly cool, like Dragon's Crown. Unicorn Overlord, loved it. Okay, I'm done cheating. Let's talk about number 1. My pick for the top game of the year.
The obvious choice.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So probably not a big...
It's the only choice for game of the year. It's not even a question, man. It's not even a question. You look at story, gameplay, graphics, soundtrack, side content, replayability. This thing has it all, bro. Rebirth checks every single box. Easily.
Surprised because I definitely love Final Fantasy, but when I first played through Rebirth, I thought it was good. In fact, I thought it was great, but this is the kind of game where the more you examine it, the more you kind of open your brain and try stuff out.
Yeah, the more you play through it, the better it gets, because you start to notice all the shit you missed the first time around. So, you almost have to play through Rebirth 2 or 3 times to pick up on everything in the main story. And then you also have to do all the side quests, like the actual side missions, to get the full story too, but it's peak.
The better it gets. Yep. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I ended up doing every side quests, every minigame, everything in it. The game is absolutely freaking mind-blowing, but I also appreciate the fact that it's not just a remake. When we first started playing the Final Fantasy VII...
No, it is a remake. This is exactly what a remake is. What do you mean it's not a remake? They literally completely remade the game. Oh my god.
Remake trilogy. FF7 is my favorite game of all time. So I thought even if it is just straight up a beat-for-beat recreation, but with better voice acting, better graphics, better combat, I would be pretty satisfied. But the remake trilogy is actually exploring different avenues. It's adding in new lore. It's completely redoing the soundtrack. Just across the board, I love it. But Rebirth, this game is massive. I mean, this has to be the biggest $70 game I've ever bought. I mean, it is wild that there is hundreds and hundreds of hours of content, from chocobo racing to little machine battles to flying objectives to exploring the stars and photographing different stuff in the sky for side quests. And of course, even the main story itself takes like 100 hours just to do the main story.
No. That is a complete... No. It's a 30-hour story. If you do everything, like all the side activities and that type of shit, it can be like 50 to 60. It is not a fucking 100-hour story. The main story is like 30 hours. If you just mainline the story. Like all you're doing is main missions and you do the bare minimum for the side activities, it's like 30 hours.
And it's beautiful. I like the fact that this is not just following in the footsteps of Final Fantasy VII. They could have been lazy about it, right? They could have just done the safe bet, but they decided to push things out. They decided to say, hey, yes, let's do that, but also we're going to go 5 steps further than that. I found myself actually in certain moments watching these characters interact, watching the voice acting, or even just sitting on the beach at one point and watching the sunset. I found myself just thinking, is this the best game ever? And now that I've had a chance to really reflect on it, to have a whole year almost, this came out in February, having like 10 months to reflect, to play, to really sit with it, this game is definitely one of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. And I'm really glad I got a chance to play it when I got a chance to play it. It came out pretty much right as my mom died. And there is something so deeply, deeply, tragically perfect about this experience. But it's going to be different from everybody. But if you're a Final Fantasy fan, you definitely got to play Rebirth. And if you have a PlayStation 5, I feel like it's one of those must-have exclusives for sure. And that's why I'm giving it my pick as the best game of 2024. Did your favorite game not make the list? Got an idea for a future video? Put it in the comments down below. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe.
Well, if I remember correctly, Dreamcast guy said like he hated his mom because she was like super abusive. So I don't think he was actually like very sad about it. So it was more so just kind of a weird emotional dilemma to be in because, you know, you should be sad, but he wasn't because, you know, she was a bitch to him apparently. So nothing better to take your mind off of it like some Peak Birth, bro. That's for sure.
Subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. I honestly have been struggling with this, and I do want to say I'm glad.
I don't really think it's that hard. I mean, maybe to do 10 games because I haven't really played 10 games I really liked this year, but
I waited to do this till after I played Indiana Jones. I feel like so many of these major websites, their cutoff date for like Game of the Year picks, votes and stuff is like November 22nd. I don't know. The year for me, baby, it ends in December. So if you haven't played Indiana Jones, Game Pass it. It's that good. It's also coming to PS5 later. Like a lot of good games, right? Man, I'm happy with this year. Could have been better. It definitely wasn't a complete dumpster fire. Thanks so much for watching that video.
It's definitely better than 2023.
You can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever...
But yeah, there's only one actual choice for Game of the Year this year, and it's so obvious, bro. It's so obvious. It's not even a question of what should be Game of the Year. Prepare to be... I honestly don't give a fuck about Jeff Keighley's award show. Dude, he could give it to the fucking mobile game for all I care. I really don't give a shit. It doesn't have any impact on me. Jeff Keighley can't hurt me. Well, Lollipop Chainsaw is just a remaster, so it doesn't count. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like 10
All right,
games
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
that I would put on the list. I can think of like 8, but that's about it. I mainly played a lot of older games this year, too. The problem is I have a bunch of games that I bought that released this year that I haven't played. Like Unicorn Overlord I haven't played yet, so I couldn't say how I feel about that. And then, you know, things like... Well, I guess Dragon Quest III doesn't count because it's just a remaster. If it does go to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, then Griffin will bend to Jeff. That's right, dude. I will accept his superior gaming tastes. Once and for all. There you go. But nah, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the only game that's nominated that actually deserves Game of the Year in my personal opinion. But, you know. We shall see. Yeah, I'm going to stream the awards. That's the plan, man. Yeah, they're later tonight, right? So, I forgot what time it is. Let's see. The Game Awards. It is at what time? $7:30 Eastern time. Okay, so I'll probably go live around 6:30 or 7. 6:30 or 7 I'll go live. If I'm awake. But yeah, I should be awake. Well, they start giving out awards during the pre-show, so that's the thing. Is they give away like awards during the pre-show. Because God forbid you have more awards in the actual fucking, you know, show itself instead of shitty mobile game ads, but, you know. Oski Waski, the 2 Bioshock 2 is the best. I'm loving it. Nice, man.
That's right! That's right!
Yeah, you get to play as a big daddy, so. 'Tis fun. Do you think every award winner should get a speech? I mean, isn't that the whole fucking point of an award show? So yeah. I feel like that should be the case. Should be able to say something if you win an award at an award show. I think that's only fair. Man. Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm seeing what else came out. Yeah, I need to play that Fantasian game because that might make my list depending on how much I like it, but I don't know. I can tell you for sure Indiana Jones is not going to be on the list. Yeah, I think Aerith's voice actress will probably win the award for best voice acting because the only other like actual choice would be fucking the Hellblade 2 bitch, which grunting and moaning I don't think should qualify you for an award personally. Going like, fuck that, dude. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Everybody wants to hear the sweet, kind voice of Aerith instead. I can't believe... Well, dude, the thing is... Here. View all categories. Where is it?
I can't afford this shit!
Best performance. There we go. Wow, what a great website. Holy shit, dude, it should not take that long. So, dude, the thing is with these type of pictures, you got to be careful. Because these are, like, the best of the best when it comes to, like, the photos they have. Like, these are professional photos. So, you got to be careful when you assess professional grade headshots. Because they do touch-ups. They work the angles. They use specific types of lenses and all that type of shit. So veer on the, like, you know, edge of consciousness or cautiousness, because, you know, you spend a lot of money to get headshots done for a reason. Yeah, it should be an easy win. I don't think there's any chance that, you know, if they're being honest, they can claim that the bitch from Star Wars Outlaws, fucking Silent Shill 2, or fucking Hellblade 2 has any fucking business winning. Like, fuck that shit, man. I hope you're not giving an internet woman money, dude. What is a woman? Ha, checkmate, libtard. It's Jover for you. What is a woman? Genocide King Revival the 2. I'll be watching your stream tonight at work in 18 hours. Yeah, I got to make sure I'm awake, so I probably won't be on too late tonight, so I can get some sleep, so I can actually be rested, and I don't want to take a nap after work. Dude, I don't care if Rebirth gets an award or not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The game is already the real game of the year. It doesn't matter what fucking Jeff Keighley's award show says. It's already been decided by gamers everywhere that, you know, Rebirth is the best game that came out this year. And if you claim otherwise, you're lying. Let's see. Claws of the 50 pesos. Heads up from Mexico. Countries south of us are already saying they will do limited compliance with Trump's immigrant policies. Keck W already mask off. Well, the Mexicans have already said that they're going to stop everybody from crossing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So y'all will just end up holding on to them. So that'll be the reality. Oski Woski with the 5. Too bad Clive didn't get nominated. He was good as Lieutenant. Oh wait, Clive I missed that. Stan didn't get nominated. He was good as Lieutenant Titus, but oh well. Yeah, swap him for the Hellblade bitch. Or the Star Wars Outlaws chick. But like, bro, that shit's crazy to me. Hold on. Like, how do you go from this? Alright, hold on. Dude, I fucking hate this Brave search. I need to change it to Google. Like, how do you go from this to this? Oh, image was deleted. Well, fuck. I guess that's fine. Like, bro, how? How do you, like... How do you arrive as a fucking game developer with this when your model is this? That's like insane, bro. They tried to make her ugly. Like, there's no other like explanation at all how you can make the character look like this when your face model looks like this. There ain't no way. That chick is hot. Yeah. But it's like criminal, bro. How do you make a bitch that ugly when you have that as your, you know, I guess baseline? Like, that's the fucking baseline. You could even make her look better. But no, they chose to make her look disgusting and deformed. And it's just like, why? First world woman. Yeah. Exactly. They did do it. Dude, I'd be pissed off if I was her. I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? I wanted to be in the game, not this disgusting mutant version of myself. Yeah, it's definitely a demoralization campaign so that, you know, fat, disgusting slobs become more and more attractive to you. Mischief, the British kid, said the Star Wars outlaw character was hot. Oh my god. Well, I guess it is hot to him because, you know, he lives in a place where all you can see is their eyes. In case you didn't get the joke, I think he lives in London or somewhere near there. I don't fucking know. But you get the point. It's not even the same person. Yeah, it's not. Didn't type in Arabic. True. True. Or in Sanskrit. Let's see. Just looking. Oh, let's see if there's anybody coping about the Sony thing. Oh my god, dude. Who's that piece of shit? Oh god, JTech. Ew. That's gross. Damn, bro, the fucking console fanboy channels have been asleep at the wheel. They've been asleep at the wheel, man. The lead pony Griffin. Hey man, just because my cock resembles that of a horse in size doesn't mean I'm a pony. But, you know. I definitely have the endurance of a stallion. Oh, I guess we could watch Synthetic Man's video. Let's see. I'm tired of playing mediocre slop. Amen. Me too.
Completely silent. Oh no, okay, he did hear it. Bro. What? What? Dude, he turned around and he was looking up. He didn't even see me. Well, I guess it's been a while since I uploaded, so I have no choice but to review the latest mid-AAA slop game, Indiana Jones and the Gaping Circle, the great...
I love how he put the fucking Uncharted music in the background. It reminds you of a better game that actually has gameplay that doesn't fucking make you want to kill yourself.
Circle. Don't worry, Indy was definitely gaping after getting pegged by every woman in this game.
Dude, look at that fucking nose. That's like literally a crow's beak, man. That bitch could smell you coming from a mile away. Like, why did they feel the need to make every single woman except the Nazi chick just butt ugly? Like, dude, if she, this is kind of fucked up, but, you know, if she was 69ing you, she could fucking suck your dick and tickle your prostate at the same time. But, yeah, that's kind of graphic.
Get into that later. For some reason, shills have decided this is the sleeper hit of the year. Well, I'm here to tell you it's just another game that is thoroughly mediocre. Kind of like Stalker 2, and sorry that review didn't pan out, but trust me, it wasn't the least bit entertaining. I'm not gonna lie to you, I actually was quite a bit disappointed by this game, but
yeah, there you go, new fetish unlocked.
Not in the way that you would think. I had no expectations this would be any good, knowing Machine Games past. No, I'm actually disappointed because I thought this game would be a lot worse, or at least a lot more woke. Wolfenstein 2 is one of the most neo-Marxist, progressive leftist games ever released that somehow was memory holed by everybody. I still see people praise it sometimes to this day, despite it blatantly being filled with political propaganda that was ahead of its time in the worst way possible. But shockingly, this game...
This music, like, when I played the music the other night while playing Indiana Jones, I kind of wanted to play Uncharted 3. Now I really want to play it hearing the music, so maybe we'll replay that. Because I think I have... Well, yeah, I think it's PS Plus, so I should have it. But yeah, I think I have the Uncharted trilogy like remaster. But yeah, Uncharted 3 is like such a great game compared to this fucking trash.
Game is significantly less woke than the last two Wolfenstein games, which normally I would say is definitely a good thing, but given that this game is so unbelievably boring, I wish that the writing was more unhinged just so that I would have more to talk about. Now, as it stands, this is 100% an end-of-the-year filler game that critics can safely praise because nobody's buying this shit. The player count for the early access release was in the single thousands.
But that was great. CultEastWood told me that 8,000 early access players was amazing, dude, because they made $1 million on a game that probably cost $200 million to make.
Not the hundreds of thousands, not even the tens of thousands. Just thousands. So this shit already bombed before it even released. And before someone brings up...
Bro, Uncharted 4 is not good. Uncharted 4 is overrated dog shit by Neil Cuckman. The first 2 to 3 hours of the game has like 10 enemies at most. And then you have the shitty fucking brother, you know, pull a rabbit out of the hat type story where Nathan Drake is literally shown as being an only child in every other entry. And now all of a sudden he has a long lost brother that nobody ever fucking mentioned. And then Neil decided to end his bloodline and family name by giving him a single child and it being a daughter. So literally Neil Cuckman not only destroyed the entire fucking story of the game, but he completely destroyed Nathan Drake as a character and the entire concept of the Drake family line. So
the usual copium that
that's what Neil does, bro. Anything he doesn't create, he destroys. Like Joel, for example. He fucking hated Joel because Joel wasn't his character. So he wanted to destroy him. Hence The Last of Us Part 2.
This is a Game Pass game. As we know already, doing well on Game Pass does not make the...
What's wrong with a daughter? It doesn't. Your family name doesn't carry forward. When your daughter gets married, she takes on someone else's name. That's the end of your entire family line, essentially.
Even released. And before someone brings up the usual copium that this is a Game Pass game, as we know already, doing well on Game Pass does not make the game a success in Microsoft's eyes, as Tango Gameworks got shut down despite Hi-Fi Rush being a fairly popular and well-liked game.
Yeah, they flexed, what, 2 million players for Hi-Fi Rush, and they're still radio silent on Indiana Jones player counts. I wonder why. I wonder why they haven't come out and said, you know, we've had X number of people play the game in Game Pass so far.
So hopefully Machine Games gets shut down after this, because honestly they deserve it, despite my many complaints about the politics of Wolfenstein 2 and Youngblood. At the end of the day, those were still fairly competent shooters.
No, bro, Youngblood? Nah. Wolfenstein 2, I heard, is actually decent from a shooting mechanical standpoint, but Youngblood, it had shitty level-based combat and was like a Ubisoft game borderlining at times, so I don't know about that one.
Maybe Youngblood less so.
Okay, there we go.
The Indiana Jones game has...
I would say definitely not, but that's fine, I guess.
No idea what type of game it wants to be. Does it want to be an action-adventure? Does it want to be a stealth game? Does it want to be a shooter? Does it want to be a puzzle game? Does it want to just be a rip-off of Uncharted or Tomb Raider, which is ironic, given those were...
It should have been a rip-off of Tomb Raider, if you ask me.
Rip-offs of the Indiana Jones films. Well, honestly, it doesn't do any of those things well. I would argue this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game, because the shooting is awful. It's actually very similar to Star Wars Outlaws in that you can only hold your handgun on your person, and all of the enemy firearms, you can only use whatever magazine is already in the gun. You can't reload them, and you drop them anytime you do any climbing action. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's talk about the story of this game first, because at the end of the day, the only reason you would even consider buying this game is because you like the movies, at least the first 3 anyway, and want to relive that experience you had growing up seeing these fun adventure films. I gotta say, the basic concept of the story is not bad. It certainly would fit as an Indiana Jones movie. Long story short, the Nephilim, the half-angel giants from the Bible, are real, and they've teamed up with the Vatican to acquire these artifacts across various ruins scattered across the planet in a perfect flat circle. Each one of these relics has a magical power to teleport you across the planet. And so the Nazis and Mussolini's men, who are quite literally just called fascists in this game.
Gotta bash the fash. See, real controversial truth with the 2, Last of Us and Uncharted were both destroyed by a male feminist. Yep. It's just a shame, man, because like Uncharted was actually good. I liked Uncharted. It was one of the few Sony franchises I liked, aside from the first one. The first one's really rough, but 2 and 3 were both good. 3 is my personal favorite. But yeah, Neil just... I don't know, bro. I would have some very choice words for Neil. Let's just put it that way.
Incredibly cringe. Instead of having an official name, you'll just see fascist in the subtitles whenever you're fighting Italian soldiers. They're working for an evil German archaeologist named Voss, who wants to obviously collect all the artifacts. And eventually, spoiler, he finds Noah's Ark in a huge ziggurat, which has magical ancient technology built into it that allows you to teleport to any one of these sites across the world, which is how Noah got all of the animals before the Great Flood killed everything. And of course, along the way, Indiana Jones teams up with Gina, an investigative journalist who is looking for her sister, who is also investigating the Great Circle. So again, without going into any detail, I don't think I have a problem with the concept of this plot, and I think the execution is okay, although the story is not told in a particularly engaging way. The difference between a film and a video game is that these Indiana Jones movies were 90 minutes to 2 hours long, and this game is about 15 hours long if you don't do most of the side quests.
And it gets really repetitive. They literally use gameplay as a filler mechanism, and it should have just been a movie, but you know. Not everything translates well to video game format, especially if you don't make it fun.
So it's very easy to lose interest in what's going on, especially when this is no Uncharted. It's not the type of game where you're climbing out of a train that's about to fall off of a massive cliff in the mountains, or fly out the back of a plane while desperately clinging onto cargo for dear life, or a massive ship is getting capsized by a tidal wave or whatever. None of that stuff happens in this game outside of one specific instance, which absolutely jumps the shark for Indiana Jones. No, this game is much more boring. Again, it feels like they stretched out the plot of a standard Indiana Jones movie, but into 15 hours. And a lot of the gameplay just feels like filler. Let's talk a bit about the gameplay mechanics. Now, in the interest of time and my own sanity, I'm going to oversimplify the general gameplay of this game and not delve too deeply into the mechanics, because the Game Awards is on the 12th, and I think most of you are much more interested in that video than this one. We're all going to forget this game came out in a week. And I think the story and characters are much more interesting to talk about anyway, for this game in particular. So like I said in the beginning, this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game. Part of that might be because I played this game on hard.
And a shitty stealth game at that, too. Like, the Dishonored comparisons that I've heard just genuinely piss me off, because it's like, bro, I hate stealth, but I love Dishonored. So comparing this slop to Dishonored is disgusting. It's wrong.
But basically every time I got into a gunfight, I was killed almost immediately. Not to mention the incredibly limited ammo that you can carry. For about half the game, you can only carry like 12 revolver rounds. And you can't carry any spare magazines for the guns that you pick up off of enemies. And you drop enemy guns anytime that you climb something, much like Star Wars Outlaws.
Or if you even just heal. If you heal yourself in this game, you throw your gun on the ground. It's fucking wild.
And again, this might just be a thing on hard mode, but enemies also take multiple headshots to kill.
Nope, also on easy.
Whether because they wear a helmet, or in the case of the bruiser enemy type, they can take up to 4 or 5 shots to the head from a submachine gun, which is just fucking ridiculous. It's hard to believe given that Machine Games actually used to make competent shooters. Even though I despise Wolfenstein 2 for its story, I can't deny that it was a fairly fun game to actually play. Maybe not as fun as New Order or the Old Blood. But ever since Young Blood, now all of a sudden they...
Yeah, the New Order and Old Blood are the two that I played. I never played the New Colossus or Young Blood, because I heard both were kind of shit.
You don't know how to make a good FPS anymore. You could say this is a conscious choice to further incentivize going into stealth, but the stealth itself is completely brain dead. Let's talk about that for a little bit. The enemies in this game are fucking blind. They make Ubisoft enemies look competent. There are multiple instances in this game where I'm literally crouching less than 100 feet from an enemy, and yet their detection meter is just barely filling up, and if you crouch in a dark corner, you might as well be invisible. The only real challenge is that you can't straight up stealth kill enemies with your bare hands for most of the game. You have to find a magazine that gives you that skill, and no, I'm not going to get into the skill upgrades. Most of them are fairly insignificant. Before the first roughly 10 hours of the game, you have to knock out enemies by using various melee weapons, and I thought that was an okay idea. You can basically pick up any object that looks like a weapon in this game, even really stupid shit like a plunger or a spatula, and just beat the shit out of enemies with it or stealth kill them. But much like enemies are blind, they're also pretty deaf as well. Dropping from a ledge is virtually silent, and knocking out enemies with even cartoonishly loud objects like a shovel or a sledgehammer makes virtually no sound, with enemies only hearing it if they're like within 20 feet. And sometimes they'll hear it and not even turn in the right direction.
What's my nasi?
Surprise.
Dude, how is this a real video game? How is this real? There seems to be something wrong with the pathing as well, where enemies are just not allowed to follow you into certain areas, so you can sort of just bait them out and then slowly smack them with your whip over and over again, or throw shit at them. It's very goofy. Which reminds me of another thing. I think the whip is a very huge missed opportunity for this game. There's basically only 2 things you can do with it in combat. You can either disarm enemies or pull them towards you. You can't even, like, pick up items off the ground with the whip.
Yep.
Which seems like such a fucking obvious thing to implement in the game.
Yeah, because that's literally how Indiana Jones uses it in the fucking movie, is constantly.
I swear I've already played like 2 or 3 games that have a whip mechanic that allow you to do exactly that. It would be pretty cool if you could disarm an enemy and then grab his gun with the whip and immediately shoot him. That would be pretty fun. No, you can't do that. The only slight spin to the stealth mechanics is the introduction of enemy disguises. Unfortunately, it is heavily underutilized, and even when you do use it, it's basically just a cheat code to be able to walk into an enemy camp. As long as
yeah, but they don't work because, you know, you get detected still by like the higher ranking guards, which later in the game is basically everybody.
You're smart enough to avoid or take down the officers who can see through your disguise. There's not even a penalty for sneaking around the base in uniform. So yeah, it's really that fucking mindless. But I'll admit, I actually ended up liking this mechanic because it meant I could just skip sections of the game, essentially, and finish it faster.
Now he's got Final Fantasy VII music in the background.
Simplistic. You've got basic jabs, power attacks, a block, a counter, and a dodge, with the only real limitation on it being a very restrictive stamina bar. You can only sprint for about like 5 seconds. But there is an in-game way to increase it temporarily by eating food. You can also give yourself temporary health with food as well, which is kind of an okay mechanic, I guess. But melee combat never gets more complex over the course of the game. It's always very button mashy, with the only time you really have to pay attention being the boss fights, which are pretty much all incredibly uninspired and boring. Now, this doesn't sound too bad so far, but when you take into account that as soon as you get into a real gunfight, you're basically dead, this turns a lot of encounters into forced stealth segments. I don't think I need to tell you why that's a bad thing. I think pretty much everyone hates forced stealth. At least in this case, it's not actually forced in the sense that you absolutely can lose line of sight of the enemies and hide somewhere, and that works most of the time. In fact, the future Axis Powers enemies in this game will actually fight fair. If you don't pull out your gun, even if they already have a rifle out, a lot of times they'll put it away to have an honorable 1v1, which is just kind of hilarious. I'm assuming Machine Games did this because they realized how incredibly annoying it would be if every time you got discovered, you instantly got shot and killed. However, this doesn't work every time. I have no idea what triggers it, if it's just completely random, but sometimes if an enemy sees you, they immediately open fire and you die instantly on hard mode. As long as the enemies don't pull out their guns, you can actually punch out 20 fucking guys, no problem. I did right in the beginning.
Yep. I remember when I was walking through that courtyard and then just randomly the guards started attacking me and I like killed every single person except one guy who came out at the last second and just immediately fucking shot me and killed me. Like in one fucking hit.
Yeah, see? Who needs stealth? Oh my god. So yeah, I'm not going to go into too much more unnecessary detail here because let's be real, everyone's going to forget about this game in a week. So in summary, the melee combat is way too simplistic, the gunplay is unsatisfying because the enemies are bullet sponges, and the stealth mechanics are way too brain dead, yet at the same time it feels like you're constantly forced into stealth or you're going to get gunned down in a second. And there's honestly just not that much gameplay variety, period. If you're not sneaking around or punching somebody, you're either doing a brain-dead puzzle in one of the many tombs that we'll get into in a second, or you're going through one of the many fake loading screens, whether it's climbing up a wall, or swinging from your whip, or going through a narrow space, etc., etc. You've played a game like this at least 10 times before by now. And I can't help but find it ironic that this is worse than Uncharted in every conceivable way. Well, what about the level design aspect? This is an Indiana Jones game, so as you would expect, you explore ancient tombs and solve...
I think the level design for the linear sections of the game were actually pretty good. If it was just a puzzle game, I think it'd be an improvement personally, but, you know. And then just have, like, combat set pieces. I think that would have been the way to go.
Incredibly brain-dead basic puzzles. And as a weird twist, this game is split into a series of mini sandbox levels. I've heard some people compare it to Dishonored, which just feels like a way to shill the game to people because, oh, I remember Dishonored, I like Dishonored.
Thank you. It's nothing like Dishonored.
Given that this game heavily leans on stealth, I can sort of see the comparison, but these sandboxes are a lot larger and there aren't any cool mystical powers for you to abuse to make the game incredibly easy and brain dead, but
it's not fun.
Still fun. I'm not shitting on Dishonored, but let's be real, as far as stealth games go, it was pretty fucking easy. There are side quests, which I
didn't even play the game in stealth.
Skipped almost every single one of them except when I hit a hard wall about 3/4 of the way through the game where you actually need a certain amount of money to progress
I just went in guns blazing when I played Dishonored personally.
The main story, so I really didn't have any choice but to do a couple side quests. You might argue that in the interest of making the most accurate and objective review possible, I should have done more of these side quests, but let's be real, this game is incredibly boring, and I really didn't want to further dilute the experience I was having by wasting my time with fetch quests. The main story already has you go on multiple fetch quests. And the 2 side quests I did do weren't bad, all things considered, especially because one of them took me through a unique tomb, though I was already pretty sick of tombs by the 12-hour mark in this game. But still, I can't say that the devs didn't put effort into these quests. The game itself just isn't very fun, period. But yeah, there's a lot of tombs to raid in this game, and unfortunately there's no dinosaurs or zombies or yetis, swarms of bugs, or really any cool enemy types that are exclusive to these tombs. It's mostly puzzle solving and a few hazard enemies, if you can really even call them enemies. Like there'll be a swarm of leeches, there's a part where there's a massive snake, which is funny because Indiana Jones is afraid of snakes, guys. And
yeah, he can fucking spear chuck a literal fucking, what do you call that? A basilisk? Or what's that shit from Harry Potter, dude? He can literally spear chuck to death a massive fucking snake 100 times his fucking size. But God forbid a little fucking garter snake falls on his shoulder. He can't brush that shit off. He can't brush that fucking snake off, dude. He needs girl boss Gina to do it for him.
And there's a really shitty boss battle against said snake. But yeah, I don't really want to go into the puzzles too much. They're essentially standard block pushing puzzle, light reflection puzzle, redirecting pipe puzzles. You know, shit you've seen in like 30 fucking video games by now. And it really doesn't instill much of a sense of adventure. It just feels like a chore. A lot of the shit is just really boring. With Uncharted, obviously the puzzle solving sort of felt like padding, but the visuals were a lot more engaging. There's something about this game that looks just so generic. Either the artists just didn't have much talent, or they didn't know how to present a sense of scale. But so many of these tombs are like tiny ass rooms, so even if the architecture is kind of nice, it definitely doesn't feel grandiose or mystical or supernatural, even though there is blatant magic in this game. So yeah, I don't find the tomb raiding aspect of this game very compelling either. Oh, and one last thing before we move on. This game is buggy as hell. I don't know if other reviewers have mentioned this, but the amount of times I managed to get soft locked and had to reload a checkpoint had to have been at least 10 times over the course of 15 hours. And some of them were just really basic oversights, like the fact that you can throw a statue item that you're supposed to place on a pedestal straight through the gate that you're supposed to open with said statue. How the hell did QA miss this? I'm just fucking around and I managed to soft lock myself easily. And you got typical bugs like mantling onto random objects will get you stuck. Sometimes main story objectives will just break. Like a door that you're supposed to open is just not interactable. There's also certain areas of this game that are clearly unpolished that most people probably won't even notice. But a good example is you'll just see a lot of strange clipping. Part of this is because it's rated teen, so they can't
and they didn't have the spikes going through the guy.
Show blood, but there's a spike trap that you see at a certain point in the game, and it just looks like they placed the models inside the spikes. They don't look like they're stabbed through. It just looks really cheap. And another, at the beginning of the snow level, there's broken parts of the bridge that you can just walk on top of the gap. And since I'm just bitching about random shit at this point, I also want to point out how unimmersive it is that NPCs don't react to any of the actions Indy takes around them. I can't whip brown people or women, which makes me sad. And listen, I realize, again, this game's rated teen, and Indiana Jones would never whip random people, but he's a fucking white man with a whip, and I'm an edgelord. How the hell am I supposed to make edgy jokes if I can't whip anybody? Well, I guess...
Yeah, I mean, he whipped, I guess, women and brown people in the movies, so...
There is one black guy you could whip in this game. Get back where you belong, boy! I'll show you why they call us cracker!
Why are you protecting it?
Okay, now let's finally circle back around to the story and the general structure of this game. Originally, I was going to give you this whole plot breakdown, but let's be real, it's just not that interesting. I don't think anybody cares, including me, about the story. Again, good concept, but bad execution. So instead, I'm just going to hit some of the highlights and give my comments on the characters and, of course, the wokeness as well. The very first part of this game is a one-to-one recreation of Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is just emotional manipulation to get the nostalgia going so that you'll play through the much less interesting main game. And again, I don't have a problem with the plot if you just lay it out point by point. It definitely sounds like it could be an Indiana Jones movie. It's just the execution really ruins the potential that the plot could have had. I like the idea of the Nephilim being real. These giants are like atoning for the sin that was the Great Flood. But in game, the giants are just 6'5". The main giant antagonist, who eventually becomes a good guy, is played by the late Tony Todd of Candyman fame. And until about 3/4 of the way through the game, the giants just seem like normal big people. I mean, Indy literally punches him out in their second fight. And don't get me wrong, the movies, again, are goofy, family-friendly adventure films that have magic in them and other just kind of weird, over-the-top stuff, but nothing on the level of the plane scene. See, there's a part of this game where Indy uses one of the Great Circle Stones to teleport to China as it's getting bombed by Japan. And there is an absolutely insane part ripped straight out of Uncharted. It was actually probably the best part of the game, at least the most entertaining. Dude, this game is about to turn some real cartoon shit. Oh my god. Dude, no, you can't.
Let me see if I can bring that tail up for you.
This is getting too retarded. What?
There! Gina, pull up!
Are we fucking for real? And it makes it even more ridiculous that you can't pull items towards you with the whip. Then you get to be a gunner in the back of the plane, which I know it's crazy that I'm gassing up a fucking turret section right now, but it was legitimately one of the only exciting parts of the game. But
Yep, and it only lasts for like 2 minutes.
Eventually your plane gets too damaged.
I'll get us a new plane. Don't crash!
Thanks for the advice. What are you doing, Jones?
Sniper jet swap,
What?
dude.
Just hold the
No
plane
fucking way. Now it's Uncharted. Now it's Uncharted. You can't even say it's not Uncharted now. This is actually Uncharted now. Yeah, hijack his blade. I wish the whole game was like this. I wouldn't hate it so much. Oh, and I can't forget, as a bonus, it has one of the only QuickTime events in the game that you can actually fail.
Yeah.
Yes, this is one of those games that has fake QuickTime events in it to an absolute ridiculous degree. I'm not pressing anything.
I didn't press anything either. Hell yeah.
You think the background will loop? Eventually we must hit the water, right? Oh shit, did it just loop?
Yep.
No way. Are we gonna pass the same mountain again?
You'll see the physical restarting.
Was that the same mountain? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Third time. But no, this is the only QuickTime event that I could find that you can actually fail.
It is the only one you could fail.
Dude, yes! Yes! Finally! A QuickTime event you can fail! Unfortunately, the rest of the game is not nearly that exciting. It's essentially just another globe-trotting adventure as Indy goes to these various ruins across the world to find the pieces of the Great Circle. Like I explained in the beginning of the video, they allow you to teleport around the world.
Exactly.
And the evil German archaeologist Voss ends up finding Noah's Ark and this machine that would allow the Nazi army to teleport across the world, which would obviously let them conquer the world. And Voss is actually a great villain. He's probably the only good character in this game. Unironically, fucking Sigma male. He was looking up people's early life sections before it was cool.
Was hat man ihnen erzählt?
Ich vertraue nicht auf bloßen Klatsch und Tratsch, Vater. Ich vertraue ihr darauf wie die Muskeln um ihren Mund zucken. wie sich ihr orbiculares Oris zusammenzieht. Ihre himmelschreienden Sünden stehen ihr buchstäblich ins Gesicht geschrieben.
Dun dun dun.
Widerwärtige Verbrechen gegen den Heiligen Geist.
He is genuinely just an honorable man. There were multiple opportunities he could have killed Indy, and he let him live. Are we sure he's the bad guy? And this really should be no surprise.
Yeah, he just wanted a friend, man.
Seen the movies, but yes, the fascists are hilariously incompetent. Who knows how the Nazis managed to be so successful in World War II, absolutely annihilating Poland, taking over France when they're this incompetent? Who knows? Circling back around to the characters, I think Indy is very bland in this game. Part of that is because Troy Baker is using every ounce of his acting range to maintain the Harrison Ford voice.
Yeah.
So he comes across very monotone in a lot of scenes.
This language.
Do you know it?
It's familiar.
He doesn't have that Indiana Jones charisma.
Parts of it look like cuneiform.
I thought you were an expert, Dr. Jones.
I am. Only one person in the world that knows more about dead languages than me.
Her 300 IQ sister.
Who's that?
Your sister, Dr. Laura Lombardi.
And when not even the main character sounds interested in what's going on, obviously the player's not going to give a fuck either. As for the other characters, I think Gina isn't nearly as obnoxious as you would think. I feel like in modern games...
I don't know if that's a good... What does that mean, though? As obnoxious as you would think. Like, yeah, she's not screaming abolish the patriarchy and shit like that, but she's pretty fucking annoying.
Almost every time a woman is one of the main characters, she's either incredibly annoying or upstages the main character in some way. Gina's not really that bad. Yes, she saves Indy a few times. Yes, she has a few really cringy lines. But for the most part, I think the writers tried hard to make her likable, so she's only mildly annoying. Mechanically in-game, she can't be detected by enemies most of the time, except when they're in high alert status, in which case they do see her and they do fight her, and no, she can't be knocked out or defeated. So you will see a woman punch out grown-ass men, soldiers no less, and even if they do beat the shit out of her, she just gets back up immediately afterward. Holy fuck, it's like an anime. Her punches shoot shockwaves. Oh my god, she's unstoppable. Women are so strong. Wait, did they get her? No, she got back up. With a few of the other female characters, though, you could definitely feel the wokeness poking out. There's a rich Indian woman you meet in Giza who apparently funds a bunch of archaeological excavations and shit, and she just so happened to be Gina's sister's lover. Yes, she's a lesbian on top of being a girl boss, and she actually saves Indy at one point, too, during the main story. So we have a stunning and brave, lesbian, rich Indian woman. That hits a lot of diversity checkboxes, I think. Later in the story, you eventually find the body of Gina's sister, and she'd been working with the Germans to figure out the mystery of the Great Circle, and Gina's wondering, no, her sister would never willingly work with such evil fascists. And near the end of the game, Voss gives the most based explanation.
How did you make my sister obey your orders?
Sin, why did she suck my cock?
What if I merely aroused?
Aroused. Aroused. She was aroused, all right.
People like her would
big Nazi cock. It's evident that there's an underlying message of toxic masculinity in this game, as the first scene that introduces the German colonel shows that he's essentially in a dick measuring contest with Voss, and Voss unfortunately gives a very cringe line that more or less spells this out.
Yeah, as an insecure male.
Yeah, you can tell what the devs really think of men. And again, I get the tone of Indiana Jones is family friendly, this game is rated teen, but this scene that happens a bit afterward is straight out of Three Stooges.
Welcome to proceed.
Oh, this scene, yeah. The Looney Tunes scene.
Woo! Whoop his ass! Shoot her! I'm not pressing any quick time events. Really? How did she get the gun? What the fuck? Whoa, what was that jump? Oh my god, this is so stupid, dude. Oh my god, this is so cringe. Holy fuck, this is cringe. Oh my god. What? He just stood there and took another shot. That's nice. Now bash her skull in!
Tun Sie mir einen Gefallen. Versammeln Sie die Männer, rufen Sie die Knochensäger und legen Sie diese Eindringlinge in Ketten.
Mit Vergnügen, Herr Sturmbannführer! I got a better idea.
What?
Shit's so retarded.
Okay. Oh, and the girl bossing continues, don't worry. Eventually you take a trip down to Thailand, and the plucky rebels are led by this woman. And of course, the rebels are better with guns than the Italians or the Germans here. Just straight out of Star Wars garbage. Oh, and there's one more strong female character, though this time with a twist. There's a Swedish woman who used to be a student of Indy's. Of course, what a fucking coincidence. You think he's the only archaeologist professor in the world? But anyway, she betrays him and is working for Voss, right?
Yep, and she's the only attractive woman in the entire game.
All right, awesome.
Truly
Thanks,
a tragedy,
nigga. All right.
man. Truly a tragedy. Red the dog with the 5. He had a dream. Uh-oh. There we go. Let's see. I dreamt Microsoft announced an Xbox game that was something like Spyro meets Dark Souls. 3D platformer, but you play as a grim, dark warrior rat in a bleak and violent medieval world in ruin. I guess it was basically like 3D Tales of Iron, but more horror. Bro, he should dream of owning his own home and getting a fucking job outside of writing for a games journalism website instead.
Because he didn't remember her name and didn't give her a referral for a job. I mean, I guess that's pretty good motivation. But weirdly enough, she gets her arm chopped off by a trap. And then in the subtitles,
Traps are
she's
gay.
rushed away by the bad guys and we never see her again. Now, I'm of two minds what this character is actually supposed to represent. On the one hand, you can very easily make the argument that this woman represents the dev team at Machine Games because they're a Swedish developer and this is a Swedish woman. And so she serves as a deconstruction of Indy's character, that he is a problematic college professor who sleeps with women across the world and then forgets about them. So he's a misogynist or something. And it's not the woman's fault that she turned to evil, because all Indy had to do to save her was just fucking return her call and get her a job. The other take is that she represents white women, more specifically self-hatred that white women have.
Yeah, it was basically, the way I took it was, her character was a way of saying it wasn't just the Germans, blah, blah, blah. Other white people were just as bad as the Nazis too. You know, blame all white people, not just the Nazis. Or white people are naturally Nazis. That's the type of shit. Real controversial truth with the 5. Realized Frick called out Sweet Baby Inc. slop in the past, but has a problem with channels like Synthetic Man calling out the same thing. Like, what the fuck is... Dude, he's a massive grifter. He hopped on the fucking Sweet Baby Inc. shit. He all of a sudden started, like, you know, I guess shilling for Trump, when this dude is like a literal fucking Bernie bro socialist. So, like... He literally just fucking grifts whatever it is he thinks will get him views. And, yeah. but then always goes back to the same fucking one trick of just making, you know, PlayStation fanboy content. So...
And so, of course, the most objectively Aryan character in the game is evil. She committed...
No, Uncharted 2 is good. Uncharted 1 is really rough. Like, Uncharted 1 is a good proof of concept, kind of like Demon Souls is to Dark Souls. But Uncharted 2 is good. Uncharted 3 is my personal favorite. But Uncharted 2 is not bad. I just don't like the Yetis. That shit bothered me.
The ultimate crime of being born with Norse genetics, which means she must be evil. And obviously you can make the argument that Gina is white, depending on if you consider Mediterranean people white, of course. But the Indian and Thai women certainly are not, and basically everyone is a glorified lesbian in this game, except for this chick. So it's really up to your interpretation. Either way, this is blatantly supposed to be propaganda, although the message is not entirely clear what they were going for. Now, this is the part where you tell me somehow, no, that doesn't mean this is propaganda and I'm reading into it. Well, I just have to say, you're clearly lacking media literacy if you can't even speculate to the author's intent behind this character. I think another obvious scene that is blatant propaganda is the one you already saw in the E3 trailer.
What of the American? What is his duty? His Lebensinhalt? His purpose? Huh? What is it? Hamburgers and picture shows? You have no history, no nation, no leader. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer.
And so you may be asking, whoa, how's that propaganda? That all sounds like facts. Well, yes, that's exactly the problem. The fact that it's coming out of the mouth of a literal Nazi devalues that message in the mind of the average person, and especially the leftist. I imagine that as Machine Games wrote this character, they were picturing people like us. The funny thing is, his statements are much more true of the modern day than even they were back in the 30s. It's evident that the younger generations have become completely disillusioned with modern Western society as it fails to meet our basic needs. There certainly aren't very many patriots anymore for the U.S. I certainly wouldn't call the Orange Man a leader. He's more like the lesser of two evils. And you basically just have to replace cartoons with cape shit movies or basically any video game made in the past 10 years. So I failed to see how anything he said was wrong. Honestly, this whole monologue by the villain would probably be worth its own video, just dissecting how the left is trying to mock blatant truth by having an evil person spout it. Yeah, well, Hitler breathed air and drank water and probably thought 2 + 2 = 4. Does that make him wrong?
And he was a vegetarian and believed in no animal cruelty. So there you go. I guess all vegetarians and people that like dogs are Nazis too.
No, this is ridiculous, and I'm not going to make that hypothetical video. I just knew some people would want to hear my opinion on this scene, so there you go. Near the end of the Thailand level, we get into yet another fist fight with Candyman, which you would think this is the part where we finally resolve our differences, especially since he helps Indy kill a giant anaconda using his super strength that he apparently had the whole time. Again, this is another...
Yeah, and somehow Indiana Jones could beat him up with his fucking bare fists.
Here, jump the shark moment. It was never established he was this strong. How the hell is it believable that we can beat his ass?
Exactly.
No, even after Gina gives a generic inspirational speech about how we need to set aside our differences to fight the greater enemy, Indy just knocks his ass out again anyway for no reason, and they just end up teaming up anyway after the next mission because Gina gets captured, and so Indy works together with Candyman, and he summons all his giant buddies. They go to Iraq and assault a ziggurat, which has Noah's Ark inside. After a somewhat short stealth level, we go inside Voss's tent. He basically, not so subtly, reveals that he's gay, because of course we have to ruin the one based character in this game.
Yeah, but it was pretty obvious he was gay by his fucking lisp and shit too, but...
And the climax basically apes Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the bad guys win, but God has deemed that Noah is the only one worthy enough to use the Ark, so instead it summons a giant flood. We get our climactic battle, which is just another lame fist fight because the mechanics in this game are awful. But still, Voss is such a badass, he manages to fight off Indy and Gina, but then he gets blasted by an energy beam that this teleportation machine can do, apparently. And then the giant sacrifices himself to suck the flood into this massive portal. And the game ends with Indy and Gina not even having sex, because that would cater to the male gaze and make her less of a girl boss or something. And she leaves on the plane. Roll credits. Holy fuck, that game sucked. No, don't buy it. I'm not even going to ask the question. I don't even think I'm going to elaborate on why you shouldn't play this shit, because I'm sure some of you skipped to the conclusion chapter in the video, so you don't have to watch it. Nah, fuck it. I'll save you 30 minutes anyway. Don't say I do nothing for you. Basically, this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game with brain-dead puzzles, incredibly uninspired tombs to raid, an endless amount of fake loading screens, cinematic slop sequences that make the Uncharted games look like masterpieces. This game is boring. Yes, that is a subjective description. There are plenty of people who have no problem with an incredibly slow-paced game that wastes the player's time. I mean, people loved God of War Ragnarok, or Final Fantasy 16, or Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth of this year, I guess would be...
You take that fucking back.
...the best example of a game that just blatantly wastes the player's time. But despite this being mercifully on the short side...
If you do the Ubisoft activities, which you don't have to do, but...
Compared to those previous games being about 15 hours if you don't do the other side quests, it felt twice as long because almost nothing interesting happens, and even when you do actually engage in the core gameplay mechanics, it's still...
Yeah, that's right, bro. I'm gonna have to put out a hit like on that fucking whatever healthcare CEO. You know, hopefully Synthetic Man doesn't leave his house anytime soon, bro. He's gonna get fucking... what was that company called? United Healthcare or whatever the fuck, or insurance? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, bro.
Just a bad stealth game. If you get into a...
Yeah, I won't send Luigi, it'll be Mario this time.
...gunfight, you get killed almost instantly. And yes, part of that is because I played it on hard. But I really don't think this is supposed to be played like a shooter. It's supposed to be played like a stealth game where you sometimes get into fisticuffs or beat an enemy over the head with a plunger or a sledgehammer or a pickaxe or something. And yes, there is a certain novelty to throwing a fucking spatula at a guy's head and then punching him, but it wears off pretty fast. As I've been told many times over the years, there's a lot of people who only watch these videos to know if a game is woke. Yes, it is. It's just not as woke as most of the other games that came out this year. Especially if I just compare it to Machine Games' own previous works, Wolfenstein 2 and Youngblood are considerably more woke than this. And if I compare it just to this year's releases, like Dustborn blows this out of the water. However, that doesn't mean you should play this. It still has obnoxious girl boss crap. And you have to remember that Machine Games thinks people who voted for Orange Man are Nazis. So just remember that whenever the Italians or Germans in this game just spout objective fact, it's the devs secretly mocking you. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle just lacks imagination. It doesn't show you anything you haven't already seen before, done better in something else. I think ironically the only thing this game will be remembered for is the villain Voss, but probably not for the reasons that the devs wanted us to. Not because, oh, we just hate him so much for being a smug prick, but no, because he overdosed on Based and is funny and a badass, and so I think somewhere along the lines of development they realized this, so they had to make him gay. Many such cases. If I'm being honest, this game is not terrible. It's just mediocre.
Yep.
But there's literally no reason you should waste your money or even your time playing a mediocre game, especially one that has no unique identity. So yeah, that's about it. See you next time, guys.
Just watch that shit on YouTube, bro. That's all you have to do. Just watch that shit on fucking YouTube like you'd watch a fucking movie or TV show. And you'll get the best of the experience. Because God forbid you actually have to play that shit. Remember, Griffin, we all bought it, but we're holding on. Yeah, that I think I still have that pulled up. Yeah, this is like the biggest fucking just absolute cuckoldry for a company I think I've... Dude, like this is next level shilling. Look at this shit. People are buying it and setting it aside for a rainy day because it means... Because, I mean, let's be real. Marvel's rivals and Path of Exile 2 are not going to slow down anytime soon. Yeah, because that's exactly what people do. They drop $70 to $100 on a fucking digital game on Steam and then just don't play it. They just don't play it because digital games are so fucking hard to get that you have to preemptively purchase it just to not fucking play it at all. Shit's wild, bro. That's like some next level cuckoldry. FBI with the 5, I guess everyone who bought Concord put it aside for a rainy day. Yeah, if only they would have actually played it at launch, man. It'd still be around today, because those millions of units sold for people who just literally left it sitting there in their Steam, you know, library ended up killing the game. Unfortunate. Yeah, all I can say is if, you know, this game was as successful as motherfuckers are trying to make it seem like it is, then Microsoft would have already come out and been like, we had 2 million players, or whatever fucking gay little metric they want to boast about, like they typically do when a game does well. They'll be like, oh, we had 2 million players on Game Pass, or 5 million players on Game Pass. Like, silence. Not a peep, bro. This is like Hellblade 2 type shit. Yeah, the shorts recommended aren't that good anymore. The peak swimsuit model's not there. Let's see if we can get her. Nah, it's the same stuff. Grippa. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, the insane fucking cope of people acting like that game did not bomb is funny. Remember, remember when Final Fantasy 16 was a flop because it only sold like 4 million copies on PS4 in like the first month? Remember when that was a flop? I wonder what that makes Indiana Jones. I mean, pretty much, dude, Ghost of Sushi, I think, launched with like 60,000 concurrent players on Steam 4 years after it came out on console. Yeah, if people are saying those are better than Tomb Raider and Uncharted, then they're not to be taken seriously. Indiana Jones is nowhere near that game. Like the Uncharted, trilogy, especially 2 and 3 are really good. And then Tomb Raider, I like the reboot trilogy personally, so I thought they were enjoyable games for the most part. They're not even updating the recommended videos, bro. Every day I celebrate World Breastfeeding Day. Oh, gee, I wonder why she uploaded that. World Breastfeeding Day. Jeez, Why might you upload that? Spread for bread. Oh my god. Trying to think. Let's see. I don't think. Who else should we check in on? I don't think Cult has made anything. Oh, what's this? Is Xbox about... Oh, God. All right, yeah, we'll watch this.
Xbox skipped on a mid-gen refresh console, while expanding their platform to PC and other devices. With handhelds dominating the mobile games trend, and a promise from Xbox leadership to showcase new hardware this holiday, all eyes are on the Game Awards for new Xbox game announcements and for the reveal of Xbox's next console in 2025.
Jesus Christ.
Xbox has a busy week coming up with the Game Awards, and some announcements that they promised fans are coming this Thursday.
No, they specifically said that there's not going to be much there at the Game Awards because they have their developer direct in January. So they're not going to show anything really at the Game Awards, but I don't know.
If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. And let's talk about if Xbox has new hardware to reveal and what...
Dude, I still think it's funny as shit that he referred to like the beginning era of Nazi Germany as the golden age.
Are coming out soon. Sarah Bond told the press in early 2024 that they had new hardware to announce this holiday. And with the Game Awards approaching, rumors and leaks from insiders are swirling about a possible reveal of the Xbox handheld or a new device to support Xbox games to bridge the next generation.
Yeah, Cult did. Hold on, let's see. I'll play it real quick. It was funny.
Let's
see. This one.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is the combined work of as Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones. Story. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle takes place in the year following Raiders of the Lost Ark in 1937. This is the political hotbed timeline of the German Reich and is perfectly illustrated as the golden era, just before World War II.
The golden era, right before World War II. Before that pesky Pearl Harbor incident ruined everything.
Lost Ark in 1937. This is the political hotbed timeline of the German Reich and is perfectly illustrated as the golden era, just before World War II. Indiana Jones leaves the college.
But yeah, there you go.
Xbox has promoted accessories or other handheld devices to pair with tablets, phones, and cloud devices.
Ah, yes, the average Xbox customer right here.
Promoted accessories or other handheld devices to pair with...
Yes, this is exactly what the average Xbox customer looks like, a black woman. You know, not only do they make up the smallest portion of the entire video game industry, it's like customer base, but obviously this is how you grow. This is how you grow the fucking brand, by appealing to the smallest group of people in the United States, black women who play video games. That is like literally the smallest demographic you could possibly appeal to within the United States for video games. And that is who Xbox chooses to target in their marketing material. It's fucking wild, bro.
Tablets, phones, and cloud devices. Among all of the ideas, fans have dreamed up concepts for handhelds like a dynamic touchscreen supported native gaming Xbox Series C, mixing a Nintendo DS-like experience found on foldable phones. Insiders have been hearing about a Windows Surface dockable handheld tablet device in development with the Surface team at Windows and Jason Ronald's Xbox console hardware team. Thought as a larger foldable Surface Pro phone, the tablet combo with full integrated graphics and HDMI support for console-like gaming on a TV. The Surface game would also allow you to play on all of your PC, Steam, Epic, EA, and Ubisoft library as well, and full integration of Xbox Game Pass and Xbox PC Play Anywhere titles.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see real quick. I saw this the other day. Hold on. All right, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. I actually found it. Yeah, here. And look who it's from. Xbox versus PlayStation holiday marketing on Reddit. Which is better? What is an Xbox? This is an Xbox. Whether you're a console, PC, or mobile player, all the above, or something in between, there's an Xbox for you. And then there's this. This is the PlayStation ad that they're running right now. It says, generations change, traditions stay the same. And it's like PlayStation 30th anniversary, and it's a bunch of boys with, you know, their video game console excited. This is such a more effective marketing tactic, bro. And it's like the most half-assed thing ever. Like, this took no effort, and it's the most organic, natural, appealing fucking marketing that a console could probably ever do. Because this is your demographic. White males. Like, it's just crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy. Is it that hard to figure out? This is your main demographic? White males? It's not hard.
Handheld mode, the top screen for gaming and the bottom screen for touchscreen controls could also be paired with a wireless controller for gaming on the go, with plenty of power for handheld gaming compared to a Steam Deck or the ROG Ally. If Xbox...
Yeah, the thing is like all those, like even if you don't have kids, that's going to appeal to you because you're going to think of like when you got a console for Christmas, how excited you were as a kid. Even if you don't have children yourself, you're going to think back and like all the happy memories you have getting like a game system for like your birthday or Christmas or for whatever reason. Like that'll tickle the member berries and make you think like, oh wow, what an exciting thing, you know. And you'll associate that with PlayStation subconsciously because of the massive fucking advertisement at the bottom that your brain will, you know, subconsciously look at even if you're not paying attention to it.
Can brand this Surface gaming device as an officially Xbox licensed device. This would allow you to play every single one of your own Xbox console purchases on this Surface tablet with full achievement and cross-save progression. Getting all of your games available on more devices is already something Phil Spencer is facilitating to break the boundaries of game ownership and entitlement. One purchase, all access. The other possibility for a new hardware reveal is a brand new Xbox console. Right now, there are rumors that Valve is working on a new Steam machine, just as they attempted in the 2010s, a console-like PC for under $1,000 directly to your TV with wireless controller support to bridge the gap between desktop and console gaming. Steam is the de facto gaming platform right now, but Xbox might have something better in mind. Rumors have been...
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to beat Steam.
Gun of a brand new Xbox console built by a third-party suite of platforms. For example, a company like...
Oh my god, I can't wait to buy the HP fucking, yeah, the HP Omen Xbox. That'll be so great. Then maybe I can get the Alienware Xbox or the Lenovo Xbox. Oh boy.
Razer, who has been prolific with controller and accessory support for Xbox, could possibly be working on a brand new bespoke Razer Xbox console that could also play the entirety of PC game library, as it would be...
Dude, if it's a Razer Xbox console, that thing's going to be like $2,000. Razer has the most overpriced hardware ever.
Windows-based. One of the issues with a company like Razer building a console to play console games and PC games is subsidy. Xbox or PlayStation can afford...
Dude, Razer products are super fucking expensive, so nobody's going to buy that shit. And they don't really have the best quality control on a lot of their stuff. As much as I like their laptops, they don't last very long.
To sell $500 or $600 consoles because they can subsidize it with services and games that they make a large percentage from. But Razer, only being a partner and licensed hardware developer, could make a very small fraction of games sold on Xbox's storefront and PC stores like Epic and Steam. The standardized 30% kickback for selling other people's games for Razer just might be enough to subsidize them building a $600 or $800 retail.
Razer doesn't have a digital distribution platform, so that argument's completely, like, irrelevant. Literally, they would have to make their money selling the hardware, which means you're going to be paying well above market value.
Console. If Razer is making a brand new console, it would probably take a year or two for the bulk of your Xbox console library to be supported on this device, but the hardware inside would be pretty incredible by 2025 standards. The hardware inside a console like something from Razer would be Zen 3 CPU and SoC paired with an RDNA 3 GPU, very similar or just more advanced than the Xbox and PS5 Pro. To keep costs down with this level of hardware, a company like Razer could also rely on AI machine learning for upscaling and performance boosts supported by FSR 3 or the upcoming FSR 4. Razer could also include their brand new Pro controller with this console to give gamers the elite experience with a console like PC that bridges the gap between desktop and console. Now, if Xbox is truly working on a Microsoft go-between device like a Surface-style dockable handheld console, it would continue to expand the platform and how we access our games within the ecosystem. Allowing brands like Razer to make their own console could offer the stopgap of more powerful or more advanced consoles in between the long Xbox generations for fans that want the latest and the greatest. The Game Awards will be this week, and we'll see if the Steam machines, this Surface Gaming Pro, or Razer brand like console are going to become a reality. Xbox has touted that Xbox is everywhere. This is an Xbox. And Tom Warren has said that this is an Xbox will become more clear very soon. And this could be at the Game Awards. Until then, we have a lot of games to look forward to on current consoles, on our handheld.
South of midnight. Absolutely not.
And PC. But a smaller expected announcement at the Game Awards this week would be for Compulsion Games South of Midnight. This game has already had a 30-minute full documentary with several minutes of gameplay shown across its magical world set in the Deep South. Compulsion Games have yet to prove a knockout hit from their studio, but so far, South of Midnight does look very promising with great combat and really cool magical traversal.
It does not have
but
great
right now,
combat.
it's mired in controversy of cultural choices within the studio, but it sounds like we might get a new gameplay trailer and a release date for March 2025. But that's not all. The announcement has been a long time.
I don't think they're going to release it in March because that's when Doom comes out. They're going to have Avowed in February, then Doom in March. I don't think they're going to release South of Midnight in March unless they just want to send it out to die because they have zero faith in it.
I'm coming all this year for a second major project from the Coalition, the team that just announced Gears E-Day, the origin story of Marcus and Dom to set up the beginning of the war between the Locusts and the Cogs. And how fitting would it be if the Coalition was ready to announce the long-rumored Marcus Phoenix Collection, a remake of Gears 1 through 3, all reimagined in Unreal Engine 5. Right now, Xbox fans can experience this entire trilogy at 4K 60 with limited upgrade visuals, but PC players have only had access to Gears 1 from the trilogy. This would be the perfect time to bring the Gears Marcus Phoenix Collection to the masses. And if this trilogy remake is ready for 2025, it could prime the fans to return to the origin story when Gears E-Day releases sometime in 2026. There are a lot of projects in the works at Xbox, and especially more games than ever before. And as they change their initiative to push the platform to more customers, the possibility of a new Surface gaming device that is dockable and portable could be an exciting addition, as well as a possible Steam machine from Valve, or re-emerging for modern PC and console fans, a third-party branded console from somebody like Razer. In the near future, that possibility of having more options to play your games on your TV or your monitor or on the go is always a good thing. And one thing is for sure, the industry is definitely changing. This is CultEastWood. Thank you so much
and not for the better
checking out this video. The talk about a handheld or some other device, a new console or new hardware piece from Xbox has been something that's been thrown around for well over a year before Sarah Bond announced it in February of 2024. And now we're wondering if they're really going to announce something, if Xbox has plans to hold out for consoles or new hardware or a new handheld or something until they launch next generation, which is probably in 2026, as late as even 2027. But I'm really excited to see if they're actually going to provide more ways for us to play, especially by getting our games available on more devices. If you buy your games, I think you should be able to play them almost anywhere except for a PlayStation or Nintendo, but I think a lot of that will change. And it's going to be interesting to watch people kind of adjust to the way the industry has made these different moves. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking it.
The industry, no, the Xbox has made these different moves.
Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support the work we do here on the CultEastWood channel, you can do that by hitting the join button below down there, and it'll get you early access and channel membership, monthly merch giveaways. Also, we're going to be making some changes to merch, so keep an eye out for that. Also, you can check out the Patreon. We have a couple tiers there where you can support the channel and get access to giveaways and other things like the Xbox X&C Club and a bunch of other things. Also, check out the X&C podcast that runs every Monday, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m.
All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off for tonight because I'm gonna try to get some sleep so then I can be ready to stream the Goy Awards tomorrow. So I'll probably try to go live around 6:30ish would be my guess, and then we will consume the slop together most likely. So I don't think it's going to be good, but who knows, dude? Maybe we'll get some amazing announcements, but I highly fucking doubt it. So anyway, I'll talk to all of y'all, I guess, later, or I guess not. For me, it's today. So yeah, later today in about, 15 hours. So I will see everybody then. Hope y'all have a great Thursday, and peace out, guys.